Fantastic. Are we on? All right. I call to order a meeting of the Hartford Selectboard at 6 o'clock on October 14th, 2025. Before the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to just say one thing. I want to apologize personally to the Finance Director, Gail Ostrow, and to Rick Vincent, our assessor. At our last meeting, it went a little bit long and they were waiting here for a very long time. And that's not an excuse, but Chief Cooney and I set the agenda, and I'm responsible for the tone and the pace, and we didn't think there would be that much discussion. So by the time that Gail and Rick were on, it was about an hour later than anticipated. So I did want to apologize to them and hope that we can see through this a little bit easier next time around. Okay, so
the comment that perhaps came across as flippant last week was, or the week before, was the idea that if indeed we see someone who's presenting on the agenda, indeed from far away or something, that perhaps we could, adjust that, right? Move them up so that they can get out earlier or something like that.
Right. We do take that into consideration. Thank you. Okay. Is there someone who'd like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have no local liquor control board business. We have no local cannabis control board business. Next is the order of agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or changes to the order of agenda at this moment? Right, then we will start with public comment. As you know, public comment has 3 minutes for each individual, and please address the board as a whole. No impertinent or harassing comments. And remember that if there is a comment that you'd like to make that's on the agenda, please wait until the agenda item. And under the agenda item, you have a chance to speak for 2 minutes. So, is there anybody here who would like to speak on public comment? Right. Is there somebody on, Miranda?
Marie, go ahead.
Go ahead, Marie.
Hi, Marie Elvin, Hartford Avenue. Just a couple of things that I heard about last couple of weeks I wanted to pass on regarding the Twin Pines housing up here on Hartford Avenue. A couple of people, and this is my concern, that the Haven and that building up there should be a dry campus. I've heard of one person getting kicked out of a sobriety house, and then he turned around and got a room up at Twin Pines. And he's allowed to drink up there, and he had a good time drinking underneath a tree in the beautiful fall weather. And meanwhile, the person who was living in the same building, who is in recovery and was sober for a year, had succumbed to this appealing looking sight of drinking a beer underneath the tree on a summer day. And he's now starting all over again at day one after being a year sober. So they're not helping anybody. There was also another person who told me about a friend of theirs that was staying at that Twin Pine housing and also in recovery. And apparently there are drug addicts sleeping in the halls up there, and there's needles in there. And she called the police, and the police told them to call Twin Pines. So Twin Pines and the Haven need to start taking responsibility for the guest they are helping, or supposedly helping, but they are in fact endangering people for relapse who are in recovery. Another thing I wanted to bring up was the police reports. I don't know if anybody's looked at that stuff. I don't know what happened to the prior data. I mean, the only data I saw was September. And what's happened to all the prior data? Seemed like we should have had more than that in this time. And they really, I feel, they need to be reporting this stuff by village or by address. On some of these reports, they're showing where the location is, which is what I'd like to see. And in some of them, they're not showing, where they had arrests made, in some of the reports, there is a location, and some there isn't a location. And, there were 30 arrests, which is like one a day, and 35 warnings. And, those show locations, but they don't show, the incidences don't show the locations. And obviously the unhoused is basically all here in White River, Hartford Village, up on the flat. And that is a whole other issue with the reports. I think eventually you're going to have foot traffic down there. But anyway, I wish that we could have a goal to try to focus on the Haven and Twin Pines on Hartford Avenue, especially being more accountable for the guests they are allowing in there, and
Marie, your timer has gone off.
have more consideration for the people in recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Okay. Any other public comment?
Marcy, go ahead.
Hi,
ahead.
thank you for taking my call. I'm trying to log in. I'm sorry if you can't see me. Yes, I want to thank Mary, Erdai, and Ashley Andreas for reaching out to me individually about the water infrastructure in Wilder. I'd like it on record in the minutes for tonight that we had a water main break twice in less than a month where our water had to be shut down. And I'm looking forward to meeting with Ashley tomorrow about some of the specifics of the Wilder infrastructure. So much can be found by connecting with the public works people who are working on a plan for the future. I really want to keep this before you, and I know that now is the time for feedback, not for conversation. So I respect that, but I am looking for greater conversation and why we can't see this move more quickly. The message I have is that water is the easiest thing to forget about until you don't have it. And we didn't have it 2 different times. And then you have to boil it or use bottled water. And we are able-bodied. There are people in our neighborhoods here in Wilder who see these issues, and they don't have the ability to get in the car and go get bottled water at the co-op or somewhere else. So I'm really concerned about that. I would also like to request that we look back at the subject of impact fees. We had discontinued those some while back, impact fees for the expense of all of the responses for the Haven and some other repeat visits where that's often needed more frequently. I think that impact fees that pull our law enforcement away from the rest of the population, more skewed to that situation there, I think it warrants looking at getting some remuneration for their services and for ours as taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Any other public comment?
Yes. Heidi, go ahead.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Good evening, Heidi Due to White River Junction. I just want to put out one short and sweet little message here. I have emailed the select board, the school board, the superintendent of the school for the last couple months. We have an outreach group in the town of Hartford run by HPD, some providers, some social workers, and outreach groups and Hartford residents. The next meeting will be October 23rd at HPD upstairs in the meeting room at 5:30. And I would hope that maybe some select board members, school board members, superintendents, residents, business owners would attend that meeting. So everyone is invited. No one is excluded. Once again, October 23rd, 5:30 at HPD upstairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Any other? That's it. Okay, so we will close public comment and we will open as select board comments and announcements. I will start with Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing for me tonight.
All right, Miranda? Ida?
I'll just mention briefly, and there'll be more to this to come, but I've been emailing with John and getting some information from Gail about the remaining funds the town has from the opioid settlement lawsuit. And there is over $200,000 that we still have in funds, and there is a process for organizations to request access to those funds to provide programming, evidence-based programming around addiction prevention. So I think we can work on some marketing so organizations know about that. And I'll communicate with John and maybe get JD involved in sort of getting the word out. But if anyone listening to this is part of or knows of an organization that might be interested in applying to some of those funds, it's a resource that we have available.
Thank you, Ida. Mike?
Just a quick note, on my drive over, I managed to drive over something like a bolt or a nail. So my car is a flat tire. So if I have to run out at some point, just because roadside assistance is here, it'll be very brief.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Tim?
John, I'd just like to say I'm willing to drive you home if you need a ride.
Ashley?
No announcements.
Okay, and I would just like to make an announcement to the select board members and any other people. I made a little thank you note. Michael Redmond is officially retiring, and there is a honorary, retirement party in November, but I know that a new gentleman will be coming November 1st, and I thought this might be a great time. I've set aside a little card. If any of you want to sign it, that's fine, perfectly reasonable. I just want to let you know that was there. Okay, thank you. So let's move on to appointments. Today we're going to consider the reappointment of Joanne Ells to serve as the zoning administrator officer for the town of Hartford for a 3-year term from November 23rd, 2025 through November 22nd, 2028. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Eric?
I move that the board reappoint Joanne Ells as the zoning administrator officer for the town of Hartford for a 3-year term from November 23rd, 2025 through November 22nd, 2028.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mike. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So that's 7-0. Thank you very much. Town managers report.
Wow, that's crept up on me quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair. On the evening of Friday, October 3rd, members of the Select Board participated in a meet and greet event at the filling station that's called Business Development as well, located in downtown White River Junction. The event coincided with an Upper Valley Welcome Wagon event organized by the Green Mountain Economic Development Corporation. Much fun was had by all, and we can be pleased with a successful outreach event. In terms of select board outreach, there'll be a community forum open to all town residents and to be broadcast by our friends at JAM on Wednesday, November 19th from 5:30 to 7, hosted by the Queechee Club in their main dining hall. The DPW Director Brian Gazda has notified me of his planned retirement at the end of January of next year. We appreciate the substantial advance notice Brian has provided, and we will use the time to recruit a successor. Meanwhile, we appreciate Brian's many contributions during his tenure here at DPW, and we wish him and his family a happy, healthy retirement. I met along with Dana, the Environmental Sustainability Coordinator, with 2 VTrans employees overseeing grant funding for park and ride facilities in Vermont. This took place Tuesday, October 7th at the Wilder Park and Ride. Those 2 folks recommended that the town consider 3 lights as opposed to 2, all being on that far side along that stockade fence. Noting that at the same time, solar lights may have the advantage of avoiding costly excavation and could save 2 trees that are now located along that back fence of the park and ride. Dana will explore this option, and we plan to report back to VTrans before their deadline of October 27th, but body language seemed to be fairly positive that there could be some funds for the town of Hartford for the purpose of lighting at the Wilder Park and Ride. The town's external auditors have arrived at Town Hall for several weeks to review the FY25 budget year. The members of the Select Board are encouraged to stop in for a brief check-in with the auditors, usually located at the 3rd floor of Town Hall. The auditors will be presenting their findings at the November 25 Select Board meeting. As to Parks and Rec Department update, they note that they were shooting for yesterday as the date to open the season at the Barwood Arena. Park staff has been busy building a sheet of ice. However, Scott Hauser points out, until we get the building envelope properly insulated and a dehumidification system, along with heating and cooling in place, we will continue to experience an interior environment that causes humidity issues within the building and escalated energy costs. The department continues to promote their trunk or treat event scheduled for November 1st. Please contact Hartford Parks and Rec if you're interested in having a trunk at the event. The Amtrak caretakers that are under the direction of Parks and Rec are working around quite a bit of construction at the train station. The state of Vermont is completing a major upgrade to the station, which includes a raised platform, new paving, and upgrades to the building. The town clerk's office is pleased to announce that Rachel Garvey has joined their team on September 29th as an assistant town clerk. In-office training encompassing day-to-day operations and overall functions of the clerk's office has begun in earnest. We are thrilled to have her on board, Lisa mentions in her report. She also notes that the Board of Abatement held 5 abatement hearings on October 2nd and has a scheduled hearing for October 23 to hear 6 additional abatement requests. Environmental Sustainability Coordinator Dana Clausen notes that members of the Climate Action Steering Team and around 20 volunteers came together on Saturday, October 4th to collect styrofoam in the Mascoma Bank parking lot on Sykes Mountain Avenue in White River Junction. In just 2 hours, the group collected enough styrofoam to fill 3 26-foot long U-Hauls and 2 20-foot long trailers that were provided by Casella. Everything that was collected was then brought to Guilford, New Hampshire to be recycled. The recycled styrofoam will now be made into items like hard plastic decking and furniture. The Water Division reports that they are doing daily monitoring of the status of wells for both water districts because of existing drought conditions. To date, all wells can meet current supply demand. Planning Department notes that they have been selected as one of 3 municipalities, Hartford has, in the state to be a development-ready community to explore and test new models to speed approvals, cut costs, and create more rental housing. The pilot project focuses on 10 ready-to-build, code-compliant home designs for stick-built or off-site construction for ADUs and up to 4-unit homes. The Planning Department is also continuing work with the Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness to refine the structure of a Hartford small-scale housing pilot program to encourage participation from Hartford property owners. This initiative will dovetail with Vermont's 802 Homes for All program that I just mentioned. The Fire Department would like to congratulate firefighter Eli Snelling and firefighter Sean Spencer for successfully completing their paramedic training and certification. And they note that as part of Fire Prevention Week, the department will host a public safety open house at Station 1 on Saturday, October 18th from 10 to 1, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. This event will include fire safety demonstrations, apparatus tours, and opportunities for community engagement. All are welcomed to attend. And in terms of fleet planning, the fire chief notes that the fire truck committee continues to evaluate apparatus manufacturers as we prepare to present a purchase recommendation to the town in the coming months. This initiative is part of our long-term fleet replacement strategy. A 2009 engine and a 2008 heavy rescue are both approaching their 20-year service mark and are due for replacement. The department is exploring options to combine the functionality of both vehicles into a single apparatus, which would allow the fire department to reduce the fleet size while maintaining operational capability and aligning with current staffing levels. It is important to note that typical apparatus orders require a lead time of approximately 3 years from order to delivery. The police department notes that they want to remind Hartford residents of the growing number of scam calls which can be reported to the police department and to the Vermont Attorney General's office via scam prevention through awareness and education at the office of the Vermont Attorney General. And I believe that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, no questions, comments?
Just one quick question. About the invitation to come by and meet with the auditors. Is there, I don't know, I feel like I would need more information to like why that might be a good thing to do or what they might ask of us, or, you know, it's not a requirement. So why would we?
It's not a requirement, but it is helpful for auditors to hear from a broad swath of people who are involved in the budget and involved in the expenditures that come from the budget. This is kind of the way Gail has expressed it to me in the past, that they'll be focusing on their audit work, but A, they love a brief distraction. B, they'd like to know what members are serving the town in this capacity and what kind of questions or concerns you might have that maybe they could address in their audit report. So it's, I think, a back and forth mutual information opportunity. I've done it each of my years, and it usually takes me no longer than 5 or 10 minutes to talk about things that are top of their mind, about interesting or unusual occurrences and how I might explain them from my vantage point as town manager. Similarly, you might have perspectives or questions that you might have about town finances that are not always addressed by their pretty dry report that they give us each year. So again, consider yourself invited, encouraged to stop over for a few minutes. I don't know that you need any sort of agenda, but if you have a list of questions or concerns or just things you were puzzling about, feel free to bring them and maybe they can be helpful to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, John.
Sure.
Okay, so we will move on then to the board reports, motions, and ordinances. And first up is the Energy Commission update.
Can somebody bring me over as my laptop as a presenter?
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
So for everybody dialing in, my name is Jesse Pollard. I currently chair the Hartford Energy Commission and I live in Wilder. Yes. Yeah. So I think this, I've been told to keep it 5 minutes and then 10 minutes for Q&A or somewhere around there. So we'll start with that. Dana, I did not know how to use your laptop. There we go. Thank you. So I only prepared 2 slides to discuss kind of recapturing all the work that's been done since last October when we were here, acknowledging in March or April this year, Danny and I were here talking about the potential for the district heating facility. This slide may look familiar to some of y'all who were here last year when CAST and the Energy Commission approached to do the same thing. I thought rather than write the whole thing again, I would just use the same and talk about some specific items that the Energy Commission has been working on. Let's see, can you see? Oh, here we go. So each row is a specific item within the climate action plan. And then there's some strategies immediately to the second row in, followed by the third one, which is calling out recurring or past programs that the Energy Commission and the Climate Action Steering Team have sponsored, with the fourth being our 2025, like these are the things that we are focusing on or have focused on. Namely, I want to call out window dressers, which is a recurring Energy Commission program that we run with Heartland and Sharon, which was hosted by Sharon. We just wrapped that up this Wednesday, and we had 157 inserts built. So that was a success. Thank you to Dana, the Sharon Congregational Church, and Laura Simon for spearheading a lot of that effort. The EV Expo, which I'm sure some of you may have swung by early September. Long story short, there was a phase out of a lot of tax credits from the Biden administration at the end of September for folks wanting to buy EVs or lease EVs. So Sherry Boschert from LEAC, Lebanon, took kind of the initiative, supported by Kathy Geiger and the town, seeing as it was hosted right here. So that was a success. In prior years, have been rained out. So I heard some good things. I was out of the state, so I wasn't able to make it, but I'm aware there's some leftover funds that may be explored by the Energy Commission and the town for e-bike charging, and downtown White River Junction is top of list for where that might go. We're taking it up on our next Energy Commission meeting to maybe walk through downtown and actually identify where there is safe places to put bike infrastructure or where it already exists. No one I can talk to can identify more than 2 public places to put a e-bike or a bike in a safe way. So we are gonna take on that initiative and then discuss how funds might be appropriated to specific initiatives. Otherwise, there are a couple big things on our radar for the remainder of the year. One of which we've spoken here about before, which you're going to be speaking about later today, the ground source heating and the Coolidge initiative. The geothermal district heating component to that is still of interest. It has taken, I wouldn't say a backseat, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done in bringing the Coolidge project itself back up on the list of priority projects. GMEDC has a list of priority projects. Coolidge was on it 2 years ago. It was taken off the list. And in submitting a application for the NVRC grant that we'll be discussing with Adams later today, that would put it back on the list, rendering it eligible for $3 million from the Northern Borders Regional Commission. The Energy Commission continues to support that however we can, but we have a developer, motivated developer, who has personal ties to the project, more than willing and capable of kind of spearheading it with the town. Also, shout out to town staff, Lexi, for stepping in substantively, and Lori. 3 other points, ongoing flood hazard analysis. This board, we've talked about culvert crawlers before, I think initially through the lens of Resilient Hartford, but also Climate Action Steering Team. Dr. Sarah Kelly is on the Energy Commission, so we've had the privilege of being relatively dialed in for the better part of the last year. For those of you unaware, culvert crawlers are attempting, it's a group of Dartmouth stakeholders trying to digitize and compile where within this part of Vermont, but particularly in Hartford, there's elevated flood risk because of culverts that haven't been maintained very well. So they are developing an app, which the Energy Commission is really excited about in identifying where that might be in Hartford. I had the privilege of being called out, my neighborhood getting called out. So we recently upgraded our culvert because of Dr. Kelly being a neighbor. Again, privileged for that reason as well. So we were able to get that fixed before the next flood season. So shout out again to Dr. Sarah Kelly for that. Otherwise, we have two big items coming up: the community resilience program or the hazard mitigation plan. We, the Energy Commission, are taking somewhat of a deferential role to the Planning Commission to spearhead that, but that will surely be a priority for us the next couple months, followed shortly after by the enhanced energy plan. The town, or rather the state, allows towns to create these enhanced energy plans, which give us substantial deference in the event there's a large solar project that is proposed to be developed within our town. In submitting an enhanced energy plan, the town reserves some substantial deference and say as to whether or not it gets permitted and how it gets permitted. So there's a lot of legal ambiguity in the term substantial. But at the end of the day, the town would rather have submitted this plan and have a seat at the table rather than not submit the plan and not have as significant of a say. So we'll continue to prioritize that early next year. Otherwise, with my limited time, I wanted to just touch base on this again, reusing a slide from earlier this year, March, April, emphasizing these projects cost a lot of money, especially in Vermont, especially in the political and economic climate we find ourselves in right now. I think there's a lot of just an enhanced importance for public support in whatever form that might be. I think there'll be some conversation on that later today with you. The Energy Commission continues to support and are offering ourselves to help navigate whether that's assistance with parking requirements kind of related to e-bike and bike infrastructure in downtown White River Junction. That's something that we are happily kind of qualifying. I also spoke to Zipcar earlier today about a potential for car share and what that means in Hartford and how to maybe incentivize local businesses to take that up, or how the town can play a managerial role in that with Zipcar or someone like Zipcar. So more to come on that, I'm sure, in the next few months as you work with Adam and Mr. Briggs on their plan. Otherwise, yeah, these facilities, whether it's just ground source heating, I think we all acknowledge that the Coolidge project is a lot more than how it can comply with the climate action plan. It impacts our economic footprint. It impacts our ability to attract people who live here. And then there's also the historic preservation angle and whatnot. So the Energy Commission sees that, and we look forward to working with the Select Board and kind of solving a lot of those problems. I don't think any of us believe in the perfect project, but we're optimistic that this can be exactly what the town needs. And with that, I think my 5 minutes is up. Is there any questions?
Have questions? Yes, Tim.
Two brief comments, and one of them I'm probably wearing a slightly different hat than a select board hat, but the Efficiency Vermont at one time had a decent array of opportunities for commercial projects. Mm-hmm. And they've really kind of pulled that away from those. They've gone almost 100% residential. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know whether we would have any influence to perhaps have them reconsider that, because commercial projects use a ton of energy. Yep. Arguably more than residential on a, so that's just thought one. Thought two is when you guys had initially brought up this geothermal project, the building I currently manage is under consideration for being part of it. Mm-hmm. And the question I had for you guys was whether there would be a cooling component, because my experience in New England is that we are actually cooling buildings more than we're heating them. So I didn't know whether, in the engineering or the design or the thoughts around this, that you guys are kind of embracing that concept, that the calling it a geothermal heating plan, if you will, as opposed to a geothermal plant, which would serve both needs. You know, I don't know where you guys are with that, but I was just kind of curious.
Yeah, we definitely arrived to this interest in ground source heating because of the carbon emissions related to winter electricity in New England, and not necessarily a disinterest in solar, but just an acknowledgement that there's more carbon to be focused on and abated in the winter months. But yes, since the ground is, I think it maintains a temperature of somewhere between 45 and 55 degrees throughout the year, then there's a cooling component to that as well. And on the topic of energy efficiency Vermont, we've gotten some mixed signals as well. Some interest and some disinterest, but they're definitely a stakeholder. Dana, do you have more to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to jump in real quick. I think, I'm not positive, but possibly what you're seeing there, Tim, is that a lot of the incentives that come out of efficiency Vermont are to incentivize people to do stuff, but once things become code, they no longer incentivize those things. So when they switch over to being all LED lights, they'll no longer have incentives for that. Now, that being said, what a lot of people don't know is that Efficiency Vermont also has a like a kind of a one-off incentive program, which we've used here for like when the Parks and Rec, when they didn't go all electric, but they got all electric options for their equipment. And I emailed them at the time and said, do you have incentives for X, Y, and Z? And they said, we don't, but we'll put something together. And basically I provide them what equipment's being replaced, what the annual fuel usage is for that equipment. And they, through a spreadsheet and algorithms or whatever else, actually I think it's just like an Excel spreadsheet, based upon the fuel savings, they could actually generate a specialized incentive for you, which I'm sure would apply to businesses as well. You would just want to contact Dan Wells, who's this region's representative, and chat with them about it, but it's a really, really easy process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
I have a question for Dana. This might be a simple question, and then one that's about energy anyway. In all of our town buildings, do we have those insulating jackets on the hot water heaters?
No, we don't. In a lot of the buildings, the hot water's run off the boiler. A lot of buildings too. The jackets, they're not as common now with modern water heaters.
Okay.
Those are more things that we saw in the 80s. I think they've just kind of moved that insulation inside. So it's not a common thing. I don't know, Tim, you're a building manager.
Yeah,
I haven't seen those in
that's
years.
true.
Okay.
The water heaters themselves have become significantly efficient actually with the.
Okay, and then the other question I had that reminded me of something that Ida had recommended last year. And that was when we were sending out tax bills, we sent out a bunch of information about, ways that people could get services. Have you ever thought about that as far as energy? I don't know, I don't know when or where to put it, but it seems like there's some simple things that people can do that maybe they're not always aware of. I mean, like for instance, and I don't know how many of you get consumer reports, but we get consumer reports. And one of the things that I forgot about, it says the Department of Energy estimates that every 5 miles per hour you drive over 50 costs you an additional 27 cents a gallon. And just little things like that, I'm thinking, why isn't there something we can put out to let people know, little things that they can do to conserve energy.
Tire pressure.
What?
Tire pressure is another one.
Yeah, exactly. And I know it seems like it should be common sense and we should all be aware of this, but we aren't.
No, that's a good point. And then, it's winter time and now I'm hearing people have the discussion about turning down their heat during the day. And there's a rule of thumb. I think you don't want to go below 3 or 4 degrees because once you drop below that, the delta for it to get above it when you get home, kind of erases your all your savings. So that's something for us to consider. I think right now it's just a capacity issue at this point.
Okay.
Because we have been trying for a while to put together just some marketing material for the Energy Commission and the Climate Action Steering Team.
We got some more volunteers coming in, so we're excited to have a little bit more.
And then the last thing, and it actually also has something to do with our discussion the last time about parking and something that Lori's probably gonna talk about considering the discussion. I was thinking about how long it takes for people to sign on to energy things that will benefit them, and that it takes a while. I don't know how long, but I thought I'd take my own street. And one of the things, when I arrived first in Wilder at my street, there were only 3 heat pumps. Now there's 12, and there's 15 homes on this street. Solar arrays, there were 2 when I came, now there's 4. EV cars, there was 1, now there's 4. So that's taken 5 years, but I thought, this is a way that, it is gonna take time, but it is interesting that it does seem to be moving in that direction. And I'm pleased and I'm hopeful that more people will take advantage of some of these things. And I know it's a cost, but I mean, we didn't even consider solar. We pay $20 a month now for electricity because we always have more electricity than we use. And I have just been dumbfounded, and so I'm really impressed by, and we need to get the word out, I guess, is that there are things we can do, that the simple payback is not 20 years or 30 years, it's sooner than that. But appreciate it, thank you. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jesse and Dan, and thank you to the Energy Commission for all the work it does. I have a couple questions. One, Jesse, relates back to this, the memo or the slides that you included in the packet, or that were included in the packet. And you've got a note about identifying grants and opportunities. And when I saw that, I thought of VIII. And I wanted to ask if there's anything on the horizon for a VIII application, a grant application. It is just for the board purpose, stands for Vermont Low Income Trust for Electricity. And it's something that, not to get too weedy about it, but it was created out of it's basically a shareholder in Velco. And it came about when some of the service providers were consolidated in the state, but they have something on the order of $1 million a year in grants, and it's a rolling application period. And I think they do, they provide grants quarterly. Their website says preference will be given to projects that prioritize energy needs of low and moderate income Vermonters. And then there's some examples on the website, and these are non-trivial projects. There's $75,000, $100,000 projects that are, there's some cool examples throughout Vermont, and across a range of different focus or domains. But so that's one thing that was on my mind, and I just didn't know if the commission has the bandwidth to explore that, and if there might be some ideas. We had years ago, back when there was an energy coordinator, Jeff Martin, on staff, we had in this room a brainstorming session, and probably somewhere there's still notes from that about like ideas that were proposed, but that was and I don't think we had the bandwidth at the time to go further.
One observational comment was we've been approached by like solar developers who wanted to site solar specific to like low-income communities. Most of those communities were defined during the Biden administration, and that money was a function of your project being in or being able to demonstrate that it was supporting these communities, which White River Junction or Hartford did not have any. That I think there's still opportunity out there. I'm actually quite sure that the program you're talking about wasn't 100% a function of the Biden incentives.
This has nothing to do with the federal government. This is VIII is a state.
Right.
It's a state program, right?
Right, but oftentimes the mechanisms that they use to say you're going to get funding or not,
they're getting dividends from Velco.
But they would, I'm going to back up and just say we're interested. I'm not 100% familiar with the exact program you're talking about. Over the past couple of years, the state funding and how the state funding was delegated was a function of the federal designations for disadvantaged communities. And so we had not necessarily prioritized those because they weren't specifically within Hartford, and we did not have the bandwidth to figure out how to assign a project's value to its impact. But definitely agree with the need to continue to focus on those opportunities.
Yeah, I would encourage you and the commission members to just look at the website and explore. I mean, just looking at the nature of some of the projects that have been done recently, they have a sort of a highlights reel on the main page. It's, it might stimulate some thought. The second question that I had for you, and actually, it's not so much for you, but you brought it up. And so it's sort of for all of us to understand. And I don't understand it, not completely, but one of your bullet points was about the enhanced energy plan. And so we have an enhanced energy plan, which is really the energy chapter 10 in the town plan. And there are a whole lot of goals there. And it's really unclear as to what progress we've made since 2019 on those goals. And it's unclear as to who measures the progress and who reports on it. In other words, we create the goals, but it's really unclear to me about sort of the accountability. And I don't think it lands entirely on the seat of the Energy Commission to be like, hey, this is how we're tracking according to these goals and so on. But it seems like it's one of those things where it might be sliding in the gaps here. And so the fact that we're about to create a new plan with a new set of goals or revised goals or whatever makes me wonder about the significance of the process, aside from getting substantial deference, and what we're doing with these goals, how we're tracking it, who is the owner, who is accountable for them, so to speak. And I'm not saying that you have to have the answer here, but I think it's really for all of us to sort of mull and figure out, and probably planning and development has some ideas as well.
My response to that would be like, one, it's something we're going to do, right? The enhanced energy plans and maintaining compliance with that. I think that's something that town should, and that the Energy Commission will kind of continue to support, just that compliance provision. I personally have qualms with how the PSC or PUC kind of standardizes, like, what is usable land for solar? Well, it's right on the cliffside, so there's no solar that's going to go on the cliffside. But how the private sector and development assumptions marry into what the state says is possible, there's a wide gap there. And so I do acknowledge some personal skepticism about the state's assumptions on what's possible, what's not, and how that translates into what is done at a local level. It would, I think, take more of a nonprofit or lobby kind of effort in order to change those, which I don't believe that Vermont League of Cities potentially could do it through them. But the Energy Commission by ourselves, I don't feel resourced to try and marry that gap. But to your point about what has actually been done since 2019, maybe that's something that we can follow up on when we kind of work through that enhanced energy plan. And we're going to be updating between what the plan was in 2019 and where we're at now. And we can provide an update on that.
All right, thank you. Again, I don't think it falls entirely on the shoulders of the Energy Commission. And it's beyond just for everyone else. It's beyond just renewables. There's transportation related goals, there's thermal energy related goals, and we create them, and then 5 years later we create some new ones.
It does in a world where Vermont towns are run by volunteers. It doesn't seem to me the most efficient use of everyone's time to continue updating plans. That time could be spent doing something else. So I agree with that.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on?
I just,
Go ahead.
not so much a question, but just a comment to that last point, which is that if there's feedback you have for us, or there's ways that we can support you, or ways that the town can support, like, please feel free to let us know and reach out, because it is a huge task. And, I think most of the residents that live here appreciate the goals that we set and like are really morally aligned with the goals that we set. And we're counting on volunteers like yourself and others who have busy lives to bring us across the finish line, and that's gonna require a lot of support and it takes a lot of time. So yeah, whatever support your commission needs.
I have one plug. I feel like I've said it a few years now, but Hartford is unique because we have town staff dedicated, right, to solving problems. And many would say we are a small town because they go to Burlington, they come over here, small, but relatively speaking, we are well-resourced. And something that would help, I think, the town and the Energy Commission in doing more would probably be a facilities manager to take on most of Dana Clausen's day-to-day so that he has time to focus on the bigger structural issues like an enhanced energy plan compliance and following through with that, climate action plan, the ballot measure from 2021 calling for municipal operations to be 100% carbon neutral, even negative in some cases. Like those are big problems that aren't just day-to-day tasks that we do need dedicated support in solving. So again, a little plug for a facilities manager. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Jesse.
you.
Jesse.
Thank you.
All right. Ryan, I think you're up. 4 of these, I think.
Yes. And don't pick it up with your bad arm either.
Right.
Okay.
This rainy weather this few days, last couple of days has made it a little bit more achy now.
You probably feel like a barometer now.
Yes.
First item is the grant and aid. This is the annual grant we get from VTrans. So we were fortunate enough to get an additional $13,000. So what Chris is looking for is just that motion to amend it. We did the initial one when we got the grant, but then the state goes back and then they look at what towns didn't apply because it goes out townwide. We all do the letter of intent. The towns that don't submit a letter of intent, then they'll take that allocation, divvy it up, because not all towns will send in that letter of intent. So we were fortunate enough to get an extra $13,000, and we'll use that for, as Chris outlined in his memo, for spring paving projects for FY. There's no additional cost. There's nothing. It's all in the budget. Just some reallocation of additional monies from our part from the local match.
Excellent. Are there any questions for Brian before making a motion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair,
Yes,
I
Mike?
move that the select board authorize the Department of Public Works to utilize the SFY 26 grant and aid to the fully awarded value of $53,000, the 20% local match of up to $13,250, funded through the approved FY 26 paving program and Fund 10's FY 26 summer maintenance activities, savings utilized to further the spring 2026 paving projects.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, Tim seconds the motion. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Okay, 7-0. Okay, Ryan, we can move on.
So, the last 2 meetings, we held the public meetings in regards to our SWIP plan. I had to go back and just make some minor revisions. So that was what was presented to you. And then my motion, this is our 5-year plan. I know I received a question today in regards to will this impact if there's any changes. I don't foresee the state coming back if you want to do or make any changes later down the road. There's been changes made already with our current SWIP plan from when it was initially done in 2019. So I don't see that as an issue, but we do need to adopt the plan so we have it for get it to the state for the beginning of 2026.
Great, thank you. Nobody in the audience, and anyone online? Any final comments? Tim?
What happens if we don't approve this?
State will come after us, probably issue us a notice of violation. This is a part of the rules and regulations.
I mean, I'm only bringing that up because, looking at the other challenges associated with the transfer station and kind of our program at large, I kind of ran into this a little bit when I was in the school world in that you have, federal regulation, state regulation, and so on that you need to comply to and kind of deal with. And yet the money doesn't show up. And, I'm of the opinion that many of the overlays that have been around solid waste and have been mandated by the state and perhaps through Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District have been pretty poor. And we as a town have suffered from that financially and in terms of our, it's become a distraction. And so I'm troubled by the idea that, we're saying, hey, Vermont, we need to comply and give you this report of how we're going to run things based on how you want us to run it. And yet we have all these sort of like messy issues. So I'm troubled by that, by just sort of doing a click through when we have a lot of these other challenges in front of us.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Eric?
Madam Chair, thank you. First, I guess I would say, Tim, I understand where you're coming from, but the faster we click through this, and we can shift our focus to actually getting the job done right. I think this is something we just need to do and get done with and move on. So with that in mind, I'll move to adopt and authorize the Director of Public Works to sign the pre-approved 2025 SWIP as presented for submission to the state of Vermont's Agency for Natural Resources, Solid Waste Management and Prevention Division for final review and approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Miranda. Any other further questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0. Okay.
I'll abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's okay.
Okay, so 6-1, and 1 abstention. Okay.
So
Right.
for the feasibility study, there should be Laura Williams and Brian Bodwin from Sanborn Head. Can they be let on as participants? Because Laura's going to be giving a presentation for the
Okay.
feasibility study. So
Wait, who is?
Laura Williams and Brian Bedwin.
I see Williams.
Okay, Laura was going to be doing the present.
Okay.
If Brian may chime in, it's a little early. I think we're on time, but Laura is going to be giving a short presentation over the study, what we did, and then we'll do the questions and answers for you. So.
Okay, I'm on. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Brian, should I share my screen? All set?
Yes, please, Laura.
Okay. All right, can everyone see that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's coming, looks like.
Now we can.
It's here.
Okay. Perfect. So my name is Laura Williams. I'm an assistant project manager here at Sanborn Head and Associates. And we are just going to go through the feasibility analysis plan that we put together for the town of Hartford back in August of 2024, I believe was our first report submitted. We've had a few revisions since then that I will go through. Excellent. So this feasibility analysis, this consisted of reviewing potential costs and revenue associated with the operational and land use scenarios proposed by the town for the future use of this facility. Like I said, the original study was submitted in August of 2024, and we made revisions in January of 2025. And this one included, all we did was we added revenues associated with each scenario, and we factored these into the total opinion of cost. And now we have this revision in October of 2025. And so the current outline of this feasibility study, so this was reviewed and agreed upon by, I believe, a prior select board. We're still making a decision on which option that the town would like to pursue. And the options that we evaluated included scenario 1, option 1A. This was continuing operations of the site as a transfer station without C&D processing. Option 1B, This was site operations as a transfer station with C&D processing. And then we also had scenario number 2. This was option 2A, site operations under a reduced footprint. And this by bringing in third parties to offer fast trash and recycling. And then option 2B, again, reduced footprint by providing space for third parties to offer fast trash and recycling. And this was just on a reduce only on Saturdays. And you would host with the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste Management District. Option 2C, again, a reduced footprint with your third parties to offer fast trash and recycling. This would be on Saturdays, and they would host the hazardous waste collection events. And then scenario number 3, this was different spaces that that were identified by the town that would be available for reuse by other municipal entities. And then scenario number 4, this was to permanently close the site in a secure and safe manner. So since the town has been focusing on analyzing data from a viewpoint of being a town-owned and run facility, the most recent revision we focused on was the status of the curbside recycling program and what impacts discontinuing these services would have. So this included mainly updating scenario number 1, option 1A, since the site has discontinued both C&D processing and curbside collection services. So these costs were also updated overall across all the scenarios. We removed anticipated costs to update the SWIP and prepare a disaster debris plan, which, as you know, was completed by the town internally. So that was another update. And so as we understand it, curbside collection services, they were previously provided by the town. Those concluded on July 1st, 2025. The town provided us with 2 months worth of data. So July and August, and this was your tonnage data and cost data for the various expenses and revenue for each item that could potentially be impacted by this change of eliminating curbside services. And we got that for July and August of 2024, and then also for July and August of 2025. And so the 2024 data, we're saying that represents what your costs would be for when you have curbside services offered. And then 2025, so July and August, this is representative of when there were no curbside collection services being offered. And then we also projected these out for 12 months so we could get a yearly total and be able to compare these. And this included your MSW, glass, steel, tin cans, other plastics, mixed paper, cardboard, and then also your punch card and permit purchases. And we incorporated these costs and revenues into Appendix B. This was kind of our big revision. And we split up Table 2 into Table 2A and 2B, one with curbside services and one without. And then so we could kind of evaluate what were the effects on your transfer station facility usage. So are people actually utilizing the facility more without curbside services being offered? So this was our original Appendix B. This was your Table 2. And I've circled and highlighted the items that we felt that would be potentially impacted by having curbside services no longer being offered. And so we took these out from this table and we created 2 different tables, a Table 2A and a Table 2B. And we just pulled those items that would be impacted by your curbside collection services. And as you can see in the top table, we show that there's a cost of your curbside collection services, and that's projected out a year. And then down here, we have our curbside collection services, and we've removed that as a cost since they're no longer being offered. And then we also, I want to highlight that these costs also include your transportation costs. This is your expense for disposal, and these are also we've also included your revenue as well for these items, for these recyclables. So, and then also just wanted to highlight that your punch cards and your permits, so we included those in this table as well. This is representative of the revenue that the town receives. And already you can see, and I know this is only a snapshot of just the 2 months of July and August, but that's the beginning of the fiscal year. You know, that's when you see most of your purchases. So already you can see between the two, we're seeing an increase in permit purchases and your punch card purchases between the two tables. And then this is just, these are the items that we are saying that were not impacted by the curbside services. These we did not alter. We kept these the same on that table. And then these are the two tables that were included in the report text. So this is the combination of the items that were affected by, that we're saying potentially could be impacted by curbside collection services. And then also we added the items that we didn't change, that we don't think are being impacted. And then that gives you your total cost. So, and these are projected out for the year. So this is your probable costs with curbside collection services. And then these are your probable costs without curbside collection services. And then we just wanted to do a little math because as you can see, you know, it's hard to kind of compare these numbers when you have that curbside collection services total number in there because it's automatically going to make a big difference between these values. So we took that value with curbside collection, so 617.
Lost your voice.
$1,622 and we purposes. So now you have 340 your cost that's representative of with your curbside collection services. And then we compare this to the table 2B total. And we got a difference of $12,710. So, you know, we're seeing, you know, an increase of people using the facility, an increase of cost for the transfer station, and potentially impacted by that curbside collection services no longer being offered. And just a few things to consider. This revision does not include the seasonal recycling and MSW disposal fluctuations of the community utilizing the facility, since it's only that snapshot of the months of July and August. And, you know, we see it, you know, you see it at the transfer station, holiday time, more paper, more cardboard, etc. It changes throughout the year. And then also these total costs are impacted by price fluctuations from 2024 to 2025. So also keep that in mind. So are some recommendations. If the focus continues to be on keeping ownership and operational function as a town-owned facility, then we recommend analysis should be performed with the entire fiscal year of 2026. That all of your waste tonnage data, and then you should compare that to your fiscal year of 2025. And this would just reflect a more representative condition without your curbside collection services. And while discontinuing curbside collection services is a substantial savings for the year, as you can see, there will be effects on the transfer station and additional costs as usage, you know, can continue to increase with time. And we'll really only see that if we're able to compare a whole entire year to another. And this comprehensive data, this would help determine if this scenario would cost more or less than having a third-party contractor operate the facility or being absorbed into the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste Management District that we have represented as scenario number 2 in this report. And then as we mentioned within the report in the study, in order to properly compare these scenarios, the town would need to get up-to-date quotes from these different third-party waste service companies for that fast trash and recycling. So just a few things to keep in mind. And that's everything. If anyone has any questions.
Can I ask a question? You talked about the figure of 275,000 for curbside collection services. Now, that strikes me as the good old days. That was our kind of our previous baseline before last year's quote prompted the select board to discontinue, because that was a quote that more than doubled that amount. And were you aware of that increased quote that we received from the one and only bidder we had for curbside services?
Yeah, because we based this off of I think the fiscal year 2026 budget for the revenue, for the budget costs.
Flora, if I could, so I mean, I generated a lot of these numbers and it was basically keeping it as what we were looking at. I should have probably put in there, Cleve, at that obviously the cost for curbside has gone up. But when you just take a look at what we looked at was the data from the 2 years with the increased tonnage and the increased cost from going from curbside, that's the projection. That's what it would be if we, if prices stayed the same, say we were still at 275, it would cost us more to run the transfer station without the curbside program in effect. Okay. So taking the factors that, yes, we know it costs more. We got Casella's bid price for that. This was just giving you that apples to apples comparison of what it would be.
I have a couple of questions. I want to make sure I'm understanding what the fast trash thing is. I don't understand that.
Fast trash is just having a third party contractor come in and they literally just take your bag, throw it in a big dumpster or tote. So it's basically having a third party contractor that would handle that for us. They just call it fast trash. It's just a term for it.
So privatizing that function.
Correct. Yeah.
So, and that would be like would that third party person be collecting the trash curbside or?
No, that facility.
They'd just be dealing with what people bring to the facility.
Correct. And they'll also collect the revenue. So it's whatever they charge per bag or however they're going to do it. So that's where basically we're getting out of the operational, but we also lose the revenue for it at the time. So
Some sort of rental fee that maybe they would pay?
it could be. So
And that rental fee would, you'd have to update your buildings, right?
potentially. I mean, that was a part of the initial, when we looked at the structural analysis of it. And when we took a look at the first round of what it would be, that there would be more to it. When we did the first look at the feasibility study, so.
And is there can we identify in this community, who those companies would be?
It would be your local trash haulers.
So Casella.
I don't know. I mean, I think in other communities around here, you have your regional, your local individuals doing it. I know when I was up in Thetford, we had Quintown doing it. They did it for us. And we did the recycling, but they actually did the fast trash. The residents went to them, paid their $5 a bag. And we didn't see the revenue for it, but it was their service that they provided to residents. So.
Tim?
Thank you for this report. I just continue to almost generate more questions than answers here around this, because it just strikes me that, like Brian, what you're suggesting in terms of having a kind of a private enterprise, say lease the space and run the operations, out of the gate, that seems like a no-brainer to me, because we're basically year to year, we have staff costs, we have all these overhead costs, we have other exposure points. And to have someone come in on kind of a clean deal to run the operation, given the unpredictability of the revenue around recycling, given a lot of uncertainty, to me would be a no-brainer. If we could indeed find somebody that would run the facility on a predictable price, and we would achieve an objective of serving the community. So, but the challenge with this for me is we just don't have enough data or information to make good decisions in terms of, true cost. When the curbside ended, I, as a citizen, created my own spreadsheet and tried to get my head around the households in Hartford who was actually using curbside, because we never actually heard anything from Casella on that. And tried to understand user cost. And when I did an analysis, even if they're new aggressive numbers, the number was way more attractive than anything I've been presented since. So as a citizen, I don't know about anybody else in the room, but I've gotten a card from Casella saying, we'd love to have your business. And I think it's like, what is it, $50 a month or something of that nature? Using the highest 5-year contract numbers that they had and the possible users of this service, it was like $20. So to me, it was kind of like we perhaps blew it by ending a program that for the users was a pretty good deal. Even though we looked at that initial number, like, oh my God, $600,000, that's a lot of money. Well, it depends on the users because we don't know those costs until we know who's using the program. So it was troubling in the sense that, we're trying to make decisions kind of in a vacuum. And I think we need more data and information to make these choices and decisions.
Ashley?
Yeah, to kind of bounce off that, Tim, I hear that we want to collect data for the next year, the year going forward without the curbside, to get more actual costs of what it's going to look like. And that's great from a data perspective. I think it is important to really know what we're dealing with, but that's also that's a year of time that our elderly population, our disabled residents, working class folks in Hartford don't have that service. And I think that if there were a ballot item in March to whether or not we wanted to put curbside recycling in the 27 budget, it would resoundingly pass, yes. So that's kind of an issue if we want to collect data. I don't know. I'm hesitant about just doing nothing with curbside for another year. Because I don't think people are recycling. I know a lot of people are not recycling anymore. And also that it's piling up in people's garages and sunrooms, and that data is not getting, I don't think we're going to get great data in that year either as to what is happening to all the recycling that's not making it to the transfer station. So.
If I could, if I may,
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, but the numbers do indicate that people are using the facility where we've seen increased tonnages. That's where getting that 2-month snapshot, like getting it for a year. I think my recommendation would be before you think about curbside again, get that data for a year and see what it's really like, because we have seen the increase in tonnage. We're doing more pools, scrap metal. People are bringing more stuff down there. Scrap metal is going through the roof, which is a moneymaker for us because people are coming that maybe weren't coming to the transfer station or starting to come to the transfer station.
Any other questions? Ida, do you have?
I do. I saw Tim's hand again, but
I want to
Go
give you
ahead.
a
Okay,
chance
okay.
to.
Yeah, so I'll just chime in with the information that I wish I had, which is about the interest or feasibility of the smaller haulers in town to collaborate on either a curbside program or a program of operating the transfer station. Because I know we have many small haulers, run by local folks, many of whose businesses I think have benefited from not having the contract with Casella. And I do want the most affordable option for people to recycle in town. And I would love to know if that is possible in a sort of business collaborative situation with local haulers. And I know that this report doesn't answer that question. I don't know who has the time or energy to figure that out. But I've had one conversation with one small local hauler because that's what I had time and capacity for. And, they expressed a lot of interest in partnering with the town.
I know you had mentioned knowing somebody who was maybe interested in that fast trash model that Brian was talking about.
Yeah, that specifically the conversation, this is a while ago, but the conversation with a small local hauler expressed interest in working, being part of the transfer station operations and part of that conversation. So I don't know what it would take and if collaboration among businesses is possible, but that's just one question I have.
And Eric, you had a hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to hold most of them, I think. I I guess where I am is that, this is one piece of the picture. So the other piece, as Ida just articulated, is the, in email, Brian, what I called, the system users. And so there's a lot of unknowns there. For example, like if we go to fast trash, from a business model perspective, it looks pretty good. But, I brought up a sheet on what Bridgewater pays for Able Management or Able Waste Management to run theirs. And, you got to sort of drill down into the costs. And so might it cost less for a Hartford resident? Ultimately, with taxes and the permit and the per bag fees and so on to run the run the transfer station, it's a little unclear to me right now. So I think we kind of need to step back a little bit, and maybe the need to collect data offers the opportunity to step back and say, what is the ultimate question? And the ultimate question for me is sort of something along the lines of, what solid waste related services for the benefit of the public do we want to offer as a town service? That's probably not worded very well, but something like that. And then we find ourselves in a decision tree, and we can start navigating that decision tree. And this report, this study, thank you for the presentation, Laura, provides some of those answers. But some of them we can sort of, like if we don't go down the branch that says, if we go down a branch that says we want to provide services at the transfer station, then we could ignore scenarios 3 and 4, right? Like those come off the table probably. So I think it would just help to map out a decision tree, and maybe, so we've got some data collection, we've got capital infrastructure, we've got the business model part, and then we've got what I'm calling system users, like the public, the business entities, whoever's using these services. And all those pieces of information need to come together in some sort of meaningful fashion. And it's overwhelming until we break it into a decision tree. Like, then we can decide what pieces how do we answer to go to the next step, right? Like a flow chart. And so, I'm always thinking maybe a work group that works on this for several months could be in order, could help bring back to the board this information and other information in a more synthesized fashion for decision-making purposes.
For example, you had asked about the infrastructure at the transfer station, and
right.
We did have a similar or maybe parallel study from Sanborn Head identifying costs to be associated with addressing problems there now. And that would be something, especially the newer members of the board would benefit from seeing, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess I'm just arguing for a.
That's kind of been the overarching question. What is the future of our transfer station? Yeah.
Right, but I would go back to what do we want to provide for a service? Yeah. And that, starting with that, it's maybe a semantics argument, but to me, it's a logical, like, where do I want to start the decision tree? So I think this report provides some useful information. I think there's a whole lot of stuff missing. For example, it's not really clear to me, fast trash, is it a comparable number of service hours to what's being provided there right now? I don't know that I found that in there. Maybe it's in a footnote somewhere. Maybe I didn't read carefully enough. I know, Brian, in the budget, you had proposed, you're looking for going from 2.5 to 3 FTEs. And at some point earlier, we talked about an additional or new compactor. So there's some other costs that I'm peripherally aware of that maybe not reflected here. So there's a lot moving here, and I just think that we've got some work to do, and I don't know we can outsource all of it.
Ashley?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I like the idea of a working group, and I'm curious about how that is structured in town government. Who makes up a working group? How does one become formally initiated? Yeah, like is that a formal body of government?
I think a board or committee can establish a subcommittee. And I think that as long as it's done properly with occasional reports back to the mothership, then I think that, and it's fully authorized, then I think that might be a good way to do it. Many towns have a structure where select board members sit on a select board, and they also sit as members of committees that work for the board and report back to the board. it's a model that could easily be used if you'd like.
And
I mean, the board did it in 2015. There's a study that was, big commission study was done on this in 2015. So I think if you wanted to follow, maybe not that detailed, but if you want to follow that model, you could follow that model. So.
And if you'd like, I could easily get you a primer from VLCT about the logistics of establishing a committee or reestablishing one. Yeah.
yeah, that would be helpful.
Yep.
Because like, for example, could it have non-board members on it?
Mhm.
Things like that are kind of coming to my head. I don't know if this group of people has the full capacity that would be needed to have a meaningful conclusion come out of that group, but yeah.
And if I can say, Eric, I appreciate those comments because I'll be quite honest, we've been, we struggle a little bit with what do we want to do with this now? This is the third revision that we've gone through. I really do feel that if you really want to take action on it, like a working committee like this would be a very good step to go forward, to take a look at those options or even explore new options that may be out there, but just take a look at it. But so we could use that guidance back and what route we want to go down that tree. Like you said, what branch you're going to go down.
Is there anybody online? Right. Seems to me that there, I don't know, maybe I'm taking this for granted, but nobody's asked about the $7 million option. And nobody has said anything about closing it down altogether.
Right.
So I don't know.
I'll say that now.
Okay.
I mean, I'm serious. I've always felt that. I mean, I went there the other day. It's 3 miles out of town. I think we definitely have some maintenance work to do there to fix up the facility so it does work better. I don't think we should take that off the table.
Okay.
The idea that we could potentially relocate that service for our residents.
Certainly there seems to be consensus though that scenario 3 is a no-go. That seemed to be not very realistic and hyper expensive.
Right.
Yeah.
Which one was 3?
The 7 million.
repurposing?
We'll
7
take,
million.
I'd be happy to take 7 million off the
There
table.
was talk of using it as a target range or as a fire department exercise facility for, fire suppression, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Moving to DPW.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. On that option, I would just say if there are departments that really want to advocate for it, we need to hear from them, right? It wasn't top of my priority list, but if
I'm
there's strong
not here-
advocacy, we
yeah.
should hear about it.
I don't hear any burning, pardon the pun, burning desire to advocate for that. It was, I think, just spitballing some theoretical possible uses of the facility, not anything that was really deemed to be essential, because certainly all these possibilities exist within existing training, and there's a police academy and there's a fire academy at which such training can take place if they need a big facility.
So thank you, Brian. Guess we'll,
Laura,
Proceed.
Laura, could you stop sharing your screen?
Can, yes.
Are they also going to be with us for the C&D discussion, Brian?
Correct. they're
Okay,
here.
good.
Yeah, they're good. So lastly, we have, and this is all part of it, is, for the last, since I've been here, we've been, we have a notice of violation from the state for the C&D pile. That's at the, it's not at the landfill, it's at the transfer station behind it. We showed it to you. So we've been, back and forth in what we do here. We've got a couple of proposals. We thought we were good at one point, getting Hammond grinding in, until we found out that Lebanon, they threw at us at the last moment a requirement for testing of asbestos, and which many of the test pits we did came back above their threshold level. So just by chance last year, when the program manager, Josh Burns, came out, just a sidebar conversation was, well, what about leaving it in place? And so it was, he didn't nay it, he didn't say yes. So we pursued that route now. And so we're looking at now, and this thing, Sanborn Head has reached out to them. We've had some initial informal conversations about leaving it in place. Their proposal outlines it pretty well of what we could do there, and it could be a very tremendous cost savings for us. So that's what this engineering study for the first portion is, to get where we can be with the state. And the state allows us to move forward for further engineering. So they broke it out into the different options there. But this could be something that could be a very significant savings for us if we could leave that C&D in place there. There are certain requirements we do have to do. That's the first portion, the analysis for groundwater testing. This is where when, a couple of weeks ago when we had Sanborn Head, we approved them to do the October groundwater testing. This is all part of that because we just need to make sure that any lead is not leaching from this pile elsewhere. We know we have, lead issues in the landfill proper, but we just got to sort of determine whether that's not leaching further for that. That would be one of the first steps that the state's going to take a look at. Laura, anything else that you'd like to add to your proposal?
No, I think you basically covered first half of the proposal. Oh. Or did we want to go into both objective 2 and 3 as well?
If members, if you guys have questions in regards to what the proposal is about.
Are there any questions for Captain C and D? Jim?
Okay, I'll try and see if I understand this because I read it over about 3 times. So what we're really talking about here is we have a $75,000 proposal to ascertain capping C&D as an option. And this is sort of a study that is presented to the state. And basically, if we get this waiver, we can do what's called capping. And I was trying to vet out that cost structure, which looked like about $563,000. I don't know if that number is accurate, but it looked like, if we get the state to say, yep, you can go ahead and do this, that's approximately the number it would cost to do that initial kind of cap over. No, because there's 2 things here, because this study, my understanding is there's 2 directions we could go. We could do a haul away direction, which is very expensive. I think it's $1.5 million or something of that nature. And then we can do this leave it and cap it scenario. Isn't that why we're studying this and having
I
the
think
state say?
it's an alternative to removing the material.
Correct. Right.
Because we had been led to believe it has to be off-site. And then the creative thinking happened at the state to suggest, well, maybe we'd be amenable to allowing you to leave it in place as a low-cost alternative, because what's really going to happen if you remove it from the ground is you're going to ship it all the way to Coventry,
right? And
they're going to bury it.
I get that.
It makes no sense. Yeah.
So what I'm kind of getting at here is this idea, like, so we're going for a mother may I with the state of like, can we do this or this? And one challenge I have is if we say, yup, we can leave it there and we think we're going to save money, we still have to monitor the facility over a fairly long period of time, perhaps indefinitely.
I think the idea is indefinitely, and I think that's quantified as about a $25,000 or $30,000 annual expense.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the finance director tells me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where they get that number because I've never seen that number go down, and many times it climbs up over time. So I'm concerned there. Now, on the haul away side, if we were to go that route, which I understand is a big pill to swallow, would the state say that the problem went away for good? I mean, if you took the C&D to Coventry and it went away, would they kind of almost do like a sign off that the problem's gone? And I'm asking that because for me to spend $500,000 to kind of leave it there and spend $1.5 million to take it away, make it go away permanently, they're not as far off as from my perspective as you think, because you have these other exposure kind of issues over time that can really add up. In 10, 20 years, you're sort of still dealing with something that was left on site as opposed to making it go away.
Maybe Laura can confirm that those are the numbers we're talking about. Are we talking about 500,000 and more just to cap it in place?
I guess I'm confused where the 500 is coming from.
I think I might be able to shed some light on that.
Okay.
Sorry to interject, Laura. So I think that what Tim is looking at is on packet page 90 or 59. And the way I read that was that is just that's a balance of accounts that we have available to us to do the work. So the only thing that's on the table right now is the 74,200.
Correct.
And the first part of that would, there would be a checkpoint after objective 1. So the 563 just is this is money that we have available to do something related to this problem, but it's not committed. It's got POs against it, so it's sort of
We've been
encumbered.
squirreling money aside every year to get to this number.
But we don't know the cost.
We don't know the cost because the engineering work is to be done. So what we're doing, we're at a point where if we say yes to this agenda item, what we're doing is approving an engineering study and implementation work as well in objectives 2 and 3, I think. But basically, we're approving a path forward that at some point there'll be an estimate for the actual services to cap it, right?
Which I'm understanding is basically earthen. So bringing in dirt.
Will the $75,000 commitment vet out the answer from the state? I mean, isn't that the objective, that the A&R, whoever gives us the blessing that the path we're going is acceptable?
Right, and that's the first option. If you know, we're only going to confirm, we're only committed to that first option of it, right? If the state comes back and says no, the analysis that we do, that you know, that Sanborn doesn't pan out, then we're not committed to the whole contract amount. Okay, so that's why we broke it out into the phases, the way that you know the options that are there for that. So. As I put in my memo, like, so it's understood that if a waiver for the unlined disposal site is not granted, then objectives 2 and 3 wouldn't go forward with that.
So basically, it's a $10,200 investment to explore further as to whether we can persuade, whether we can learn and then persuade the state that it's not leaching to the extent that they would withhold a waiver.
That's correct. This is Brian Bodwin with Sanborn Head. Yeah, the conversations we've had with the state to date have all been about the leachability of the lead and their concerns related to that. And so this first task really is evaluating the groundwater, the historical groundwater, the timeline for when that C&D went in, and basically coming up with an understanding of the potential for the lead to leach to the down gradient groundwater monitoring wells and cause further issue. So the hope is that we'll evaluate that with C&D and lead. Lead doesn't usually move that much, especially in a C&D situation like this, where the one spot where we found lead above the standards was basically in the middle of the stockpile. So the idea would be that the plan that we present to the state is that we would remove that area where the lead was found, treat it in situ, and then haul that portion away, and then basically cap the remaining material in place, and that would not impact long-term the groundwater more than it already has been from the unlined landfill that's on site.
So the other thing that I've just perhaps I could get some perspective on is and this kind of goes back to, I mean, if we're wanting, in the previous presentation, we had an option of continuing to accept C&D debris, and we can take that off the table now, given the liability exposure that we're incurring right now.
Well, that's the difference between the two different C&D collection modes, is that in the one mode, we actually collected C&D and put it in the ground, apparently, whereas we could simply collect C&D in big gaylords and haul it off, never putting it in the ground.
Okay, so what I'm getting at here is this idea that, you know, the oversight or the governing bodies that kind of direct a lot of this are perhaps the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District in the state that tell you how to run a landfill, and we as a town sort of run that operation. And it's troubling to me that neither one of them are here to talk about this because the C&D didn't just come from Hartford. I'm confident that C&D came from all over the Upper Valley Solid Waste District to our facility. So we accepted this debris. We incurred a tremendous problem. And where are they in the resolve of dealing with an acceptance of waste that we were told that we need to do? That's why I was reluctant to accept their plan, because it sort of says to a town, oh yeah, you're going to run this. Here's what you're going to do. Here are the rules. And yet we have this major liability on our hands now, environmental liability. So I'm just kind of questioning,
Yeah,
like,
so it's ours. Yeah.
why we can't get some answers from both the state and the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District of like, if we're gonna move forward and run a landfill, why is it only Hartford?
Well, let's clarify. So the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District is its own district like ourselves. They're our peer. They're not over us. So, we took revenue in. So yes, they're like right now, the residents from the Greater South come use our facility. They pay. So really the issue was those residents from the Greater, they paid for the disposal of the C&D. We just didn't do it. So really the liability.
You didn't do it right.
We didn't do it right. So with the SWIP plan, if you take a look at how our certification reads, what we were supposed to have done, and we did it for years, was grind it up. We were allowed to keep so much on site, and then we were supposed to dispose of it and take it off site. Where that fell apart, I can't tell you, but it stopped at one time. Hammond had a setup down there, and that's how it was run with the C&D. And by allowing the pile to build up is when the state came in and said, town, you're in violation of basically your certification. That's why they issued the notice of alleged violation to us back in 2021. So.
Well, I was in construction for a while, and I'll tell you two perhaps stories related to this. One is that when Hammond was on site with a grinding machine, there was an incident where something came through the machine and destroyed it. And it's a very expensive piece of equipment. And I do recall them being out of service for quite some time. And the other component of that is that to take C&D to Lebanon was dramatically cheaper. At the time, when I was hauling, Hartford was charging $120, $130 a ton, and Lebanon was like 90. So it was a big difference. And so I know that a lot of the C&D got redirected to Lebanon, and it kind of stopped the flow, if you will, into Hartford. So that's just for perspective. But I just, again, I just would like to, I think it would be worth talking to Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District about this sort of assumption that a single municipality sort of assumes all this exposure and cost associated with operating this.
And I think though that goes to the bigger question of not just C&D, but all the materials with that. So that's a part of what is discussed in the feasibility study is, we're still trying to figure out why we broke off back in the 80s and what happened back then and why we created our own district. So that could be something for that working committee to take a look at. Should we maybe be absorbed back and go back into the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District?
There certainly would be some economies of scale.
Definitely.
Because we're spending an awful lot of money going it alone, especially for these hazardous waste disposal events.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It will be relatively brief. I think this is I think the proposal that we have in front of us makes sense. An investment of $10,000 roughly, and maybe to be followed with some more to address this problem. What I would hope that the folks from Sanborn Head could maybe chime in on is just a few questions that might help with my comfort level. So can we get, based on their understanding of the site and their past experience on similar projects, sort of a rough order of magnitude for the cost of capping it? As John said, it's soil, but it's 2 feet of impervious or relatively impervious soil. So I'm guessing clay, and then there's topsoil and vegetation and so on. So there's a chunk of work to be done there. The second question or line of questioning I would have is around the post-cap monitoring. Does the town then, after capping, I know there's annual inspections to make sure there isn't burrowing or erosion and things like that. Is there other types of testing that involve laboratory tests that are going to cost money, and if so, for how long? And then I'm just curious about sort of the likelihood of things. For example, the likelihood of mixing the dry reagent to neutralize some of the lead. Is that a pretty standard thing that is like it's very likely that it's going to work? If it's not likely, then what's the plan B? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. But I think overall this makes sense. I'm just looking for a little bit of fill in here.
Do you want to take that, Brian? Take the lead on that.
Sure. Yeah, so hopefully I remember all your questions. If I forget one, let me know. As far as the cost goes, obviously we have to design it, but typically in earthen cap, your biggest cost is going to be the source of the material. So if you have a nearby source of material that's till-like that meets a certain hydraulic conductivity, I'm trying not to get too technical, but basically it's only allows a certain amount of moisture to go through it at a certain rate. That is usually your biggest cost, but I would expect that this is probably in the magnitude of $200,000 to $300,000 to construct a cap over this with some stormwater control features. And as far as the long-term monitoring costs go, you know, you already have an annual inspection requirement as part of the solid waste facility. It is not going to take any more time really to add this on. It might take an extra hour, you know, if somebody walking that area of the cap to inspect it when they do the annual inspection, but I would tie it directly to that. So I don't think there's a lot of additional costs there really, if anything. The in situ treatment that's being used is widely used throughout New England. We use it all the time. Mostly in other states, it's not as common to do this in Vermont, just because there isn't as much of it. But New Hampshire, on many sites, we've used the same type of technology to deal with the treatment. The way asbestos has to be dealt with is it can't be removed and then treated. It has to be treated in situ, so in the ground, tested, and then if it meets the requirements for leachability, then you can move it. And so really we're just adding this mixture to reduce the leachability of the lead from the material that's there. The one thing I do want to bring up though, and this is probably obvious, but there probably would be some type of deed restriction added to the property just that so that people know this is there and it couldn't be developed. You'd have to remediate it at some point if you want to develop that area for obvious reasons. I don't know, did I answer all your questions or am I missing one?
You did. Thank you very much.
Yep, no problem.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, happy to do it. I move that in accordance with section 3.7 of the town purchasing policy, the select board waive the requirements of section 6, competitive sealed proposals, and accept Sanborn Head and Associates, Inc., 6 Bedford Farms Drive, Bedford, New Hampshire, proposal for engineer consulting services, construction and demolition C&D stockpile, dated August 28th, 2025, in the amount of $74,200, and authorize the town manager to sign the proposal.
We have a second.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, 2 seconds. Any other comments, questions? Take a vote.
And just a clarification that again, if it's a stage 1 is a no-go, there's no need to spend the rest of that money.
If I may, just briefly, do we have a timeline on what we're when we're going to get an answer from the state? I mean, do you have a, is it 60, 90 days, 3 years?
That's a good question. You never know these days. So in the NOAV follow-up that we had, they wanted a 60-day response as to whether or not the town was going to consider moving forward with capping the material in place versus removing it. Because of this hearing being scheduled today, we asked for an extension, so we have until the end of the month to submit that. Based on what we know now, we're going to let them know that we're pursuing with this evaluation. And we told them that we were hoping to have this evaluation done by October 31st, and we would submit it at that time with the town's plan. So as far as the state's response, it all depends on what they have going on at the time. I would say I would expect probably 60 days would be a reasonable response for something like this. That being said, we are approaching the holiday season and it can drag on a little bit longer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments before we vote?
You need a second, I think. Oh, you do? Okay.
No, we had second.
Got it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Laura and
We'll
Brian.
we'll take about 6 minutes, so 5 of 8, recess for break. It's right here, 6:24.
It's like tapping in.
I know.
We can talk in a minute, but
Thank you, Nick. Okay, so we are on 5F, continued discussion of municipal planning grant application.
So I'm sorry I wasn't here last week, but there were other things going on in my life. So I did take the opportunity to listen very thoroughly to the discussion that occurred with the select board. And in that process, I really recognized that there were a lot of agreement amongst all of you in terms of what your goals and objectives were in looking at the issue of parking and multimodal options. So I started from that perspective of where is there common ground, and where generally everybody really was supporting three major issues. And that's really that there's a need for multimodal to be a component of the review of parking, which was something we weren't intending to do, but we didn't really highlight that as clearly as we could have. That there is support for development of more housing and a strong economic development in our downtown as well as the town wide. And that there is also this need for some interim parking, what that might be, how much that might be, how long that needs to be for, but that there is some recognition that that needs to be it, because as much as we want to have the multimodal available to us today, we really don't have that in place, but we can put in place a process by which we start to move in that direction more actively and proactively. So that is the path that I thought I could put before you for consideration. Let's look at what we can do to put in motion the specific process, and maybe in this instance, I'm talking about developing a strategic plan for multimodal and looking at that strategic plan as a component of a long-term and also somewhat of a short-term objectives, because we need to set benchmarks as we go along this process of increasing our multimodal options and recognizing that there may be specific points along that path at which we need to come back and say, okay, at this benchmark that says we should be here in terms of our demand starting to shift in terms of parking. So, and I do recognize that there is a process that we have to go through for that. And it's not only in terms of understanding what those options are and that path of the benchmarks, but also recognizing what are the resources that we're going to need to do that. And that's understanding the cost, the different components of that multimodal, and then recognizing and achieving the funding resources that we need to move forward with those options. So that's what I have put before you for consideration, and that this would be basically the overall perspective of the application, recognizing that we don't have those options available to us today. The majority of the people coming in and out of our downtown would like to have more options, and we know it's going to take time to have that. At the same time, we have new development moving forward in our downtown. And how do we make sure that we have adequate parking for that? Now, the course of this study will also include understanding, reviewing all of the documents that we've had in the past that have got us up to this point of where we are today, and the resources that were identified, of the management that we're trying to do now. We know that advanced transit has done quite a bit in opening up more opportunities in the last few years for being more mobile. We know that there are other options that we can be looking at that we haven't done, but we've done a little bit of it. Last couple applications that came before us, we requested that they look at, and they did put in place things like shared vehicles, so that it could be made available. But knowing the process of that, it's very challenging to even do that. The downtown businesses tried to do that and did have it in place for a couple of years, but it took them 2 years to get to that point because they dealt with insurance issues. How are they going to lease a car? How do they deal with the insurance of multi-drivers being on it? So those are things that we know we need to overcome. We don't have Ubers in the area, so we have to find different ways in which people can get from here to there. We know that we have families that are coming to and from the area, and they want to be able to take less of a vehicle, but they may have to pick their children up at a certain hour and get them to and fro. So those are things that I recognize that they're challenges, but I don't think that they're things that we have the opportunity to not look into, but we also have to recognize we're not quite there yet. And there will be several years before we are. So in order for us to move forward, we need to really have a very active process, a dual process of looking at both what our immediate parking needs are to continue the redevelopment and housing development, and what are our opportunities to go forward with multimodal. So on that perspective, I'm suggesting that perhaps you give us the go-ahead to say, let's go along the path that I've just outlined for the grant application.
I'd like to add, I read this and I really, well, I love the word multimodal first off, but in the discussion last time, it takes me a while to think of things. But after you said some of the things that you did on October 3rd, when we had the meet and greet, I walked around where I park. It was very difficult to get a parking spot. And one of the things that I was noticing is how many motorcycles were using a full parking spot for cars. So that made me start to think about, okay, we talked about with Jesse, where charging stations would be for bicycles, maybe bicycles and motorcycles could be in an area. The other thing I was thinking about was I usually get my drugstore used to be in Hanover at CVS. Last week, I went over there for, I don't know what, library, I think, or something, and I had to stop at the CVS. I went through the parking lot 3 times. There was no parking. I said, heck with that, I'm leaving. And then I went over and I changed to CVS in West Lebanon. And I thought, this is an example of when people can't find things that they, not all of them, some people would just come back a different time. But Hanover has its parking problems too, and I used to live there and I walked everywhere, which was helpful, but it isn't for people who drive. And then I thought about also 5 years ago when I was canvassing, the people downtown, especially older people who could not find parking, and they have groceries to get and other things. And I kept thinking, we have a mobile group of people, hopefully most of us, but 50% of our population in the town probably don't ride advanced transit, aren't gonna walk, and aren't gonna bike. And so we have to consider many ways of working with all the needs of the people. So kudos to you to think about all of these things and how we can work all this together, because it seems like it's a daunting prospect. So I thank you for your work and what you're trying to accomplish. Questions, comments? Yes, Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your introduction, Lori. Thanks to Adam, Lexi, others being here tonight to present. I think we are, the language that's included in this packet is I find it much better than the language that we were encountering 2 weeks ago. So I think this is definitely moving in the right direction. For me, I think I may be seeing things a little differently than some other folks. I understand that, I understand this is going to be challenging for us to transition, if you want to even use that word. We're a very car-centric society, and we have a lot of car dependency built in, and we've had that built in for 100+ years. So this isn't anything that we're going to just knock off easily. With that said, I think we just need to understand patterns of behavior, and that's why that one diagram that I put up 2 weeks ago was trying to illustrate that, and there's plenty of research and plenty of systems thinkers have looked at patterns of behavior, and the one that we can't lose track of is if we make it really convenient for people to park, they'll continue to use their vehicles. That's just a reality. So there are some people, there's some part of our population that's going to need to use their cars, you know, and some part of the population at certain times are going to need to use their cars. You know, if I have a big box of something that I want to deliver somewhere, you know, I'm not going to try to haul it onto a bus or whatever. But generally, we just need to look at sort of broadly speaking patterns of behavior. And so we don't want to, I mean, we kind of want to do two things at once in my mind. We want to make, we want to provide all the alternatives, but not increase the convenience of parking necessarily. Because if you increase the convenience of parking, people don't do the other thing that you're trying to get them to do. And the reality is the car-centric approach is not scalable. Whether we're talking about parking garages or parking lots, or whether we're just talking about congestion, it doesn't scale at a certain point. And I think we've all seen that, we've experienced it, whether it's full lots or whether it's intersections that are taking too long to get through, what have you, it doesn't scale. So we're not getting away from cars, but we want to give people other opportunities. So that's, you know, that's where I'm coming from. And I have a few questions. One is about sort of the nuts and bolts of the timeline. And then I might go back to a few other things here, but if the grant application is approved, what can the board expect in terms of checkpoints and milestones between the grant application and the release of the study? And what's a reasonable timeline?
So you're talking about if we go forward with a grant application at this point, and then we get the approval for the grant application, is that the kind of thing you're
right? I'm looking for, to be rather candid, I'm looking for some reassurance that we don't approve this, and then the next thing that we see is the finalized study. Are there interim checkpoints where you know, the board has some visibility into what's going on, the decisions that are being made, the direction we're moving, and so on?
Yeah, so during the course of the study, that is something that we typically do set up checkpoints with the select board. We have community involvement as well as having some input that comes directly to the select board within the context of that community participation. This is an opportunity for you to say as a board, I'd like to have a checkpoint at midpoint or, you know, before the final thing is drafted or both. You know, that's the opportunity for you to say right now how you'd like to see that, if it's going to be out, if it isn't something that already would be measured up. So community involvement in any of our municipal planning grants is a very important component. We typically set up working groups because this is something that goes through the planning commission, which does have to get approved by the planning commission in order for it to be eligible for it, as well as with the regional planning commission. Those are all things that they would be doing. So the planning commission typically would have citizen-based groups, and you've seen this with how we've done our municipal planning grant updates and so forth. So that's a pretty common process that we will do. And normally we would have community meetings. Often there are members of the select board coming to those community meetings, and then we'd have a checkpoint in mid-cycle if you want. We could do it mid-cycle and the end of the cycle, or just at the end of the cycle before the application is completed. But there'll be many opportunities to see what's going on during that process. So that's really up to you, and you tell us where you want your bench, you know, those particular meetings to occur, and we'll build it into the process.
What sort of, sorry, just one more minor thing. What's for a project of this scope, or study and analysis of the scope, what do you think is a reasonable timeline to reach the point where the final analysis is complete and then we're ready to begin, you know, some form of implementation?
Well, I'm going to actually, that is tied to the Catalyst grant, and so they do have some specific benchmarks that you have to meet. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, or?
Yeah, and if
by the way, this is Adam Grounds, the developer, who has been putting forth part of this.
Yeah,
as well.
for the minutes, Adam Grounds from Copper Acre. I'm the real estate developer who has entered into a public-private partnership with the town of Hartford. I'll address that, and if you don't mind, I'd love to just share a couple high-level thoughts in response to the great work Lori has done summarizing some of the comments that we had from the previous select board meeting and the work she and Lexi have done in drafting an application for the municipal planning grant. philosophically really love the focus that has been placed on not just parking, but alternative modes of transportation. I think in the long run, it can create a really high quality of life for the residents living in the area and just a better experience being in the downtown. With the different hats I have to wear trying to move the project forward, there are a few practical considerations when it comes to parking and parking access. And so that's where there's the idealistic side that I have, and the side that I don't want to get to a place where I'm not able to pull the project forward at the end of the day. Because there are projects like that around the Upper Valley that have gotten approvals, but may or may not proceed based on what actually gets approved. And a few things come to mind. One, we here in Hartford sit in the middle of a micropolitan area. It's actually a census designation defined as a kind of area of communities that are all economically interconnected without one significantly large population center. And for better or worse, that being a somewhat rural designation, quite a few people do have to rely on their cars to go to CVS and pick up their prescriptions to get to and from work. And to Mary's point, a lot of people do vote with their dollars on where they choose to spend their money, where they choose to dine, where they choose to shop, where they choose to live. And parking is a real consideration. As Mary expressed, she changed where she's spending money on medications as a result of the lack of parking she was experiencing in the location that she's had for a long time. And so as we try and move forward a project proposal that contains significant new levels of housing, as well as new retail locations, what I have to advocate for is not just what I want, but also what are the investors going to want in order to view the project as marketable? What are the new retail tenants going to want in order to feel confidence in opening up a new shop and being able to attract foot traffic to their location? What is a new restaurant going to need in order to accommodate the same thing? And so I have to juggle a number of different stakeholders in this while also making sure we deliver something that collectively us in this room are proud of and feel can be forward looking. There are other aspects of the project, which Jesse highlighted earlier, inclusion of geothermal district heating. And I know the word heating can mean heating or cooling, but call it a geothermal energy network. And I think elements of the project like that can fit nicely within many of the goals of the town and really set an incredible precedent for the town of Hartford that can be followed in other towns around the state. So there are a lot of really interesting things we're trying to do on the project. And the idealistic side of it is sad about the fact that in a lot of ways, this aspect we're caught on today is parking. But as far as has been presented, the vision for the project, I do need new parking capacity in downtown to feel confident to be able to move the project forward. Happy to share precedents. I can put together a book of kind of precedents of other areas in Vermont, and I can share that with John to pass along. It is situations like this are common. There's quite a bit of precedent we can pull from. But I just wanted to explain a little bit of what I'm trying to accomplish and the stakeholders I have to speak for. And it's not just me, but the mix of people that'll end up living in the spaces that we create. The business owners that want to open up a new shop and they have to choose between here or the myriad of other locations around this interconnected micropolitan area. And at the moment, there's several hundred new apartments under construction in Hartford. There are several thousand new apartments under construction in other communities in New Hampshire that are 5-10 minutes away by driving distance. And the reality is for the new tenants that will live in those apartments, the families that'll live there, small businesses that'll open up a new retail front. In essence, in this location, we are competing for those people. And in order to attract those people to live in a location, in order to attract those business owners to move into a downtown, we should make sure that the environment is compatible to them, while also, for me, making sure that I'm doing the things that'll help me attract private capital into your downtown. So I am trying to juggle a number of different stakeholders, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak at a high level on the project and where some of that need for parking really comes in. In direct answer to the question that was posed on timing, my understanding is we should know whether the municipal planning grant is awarded in December. The Catalyst grant would be awarded, I believe, in December or January. So kind of at the beginning of next year, we would have an understanding of what is the total funding available. From that point, we can begin a kind of RFP drafting process, and I view there being significant opportunities for input in what that actual RFP can be. We'd open up a procurement process to identify who the right consultant is to assist with the project. Based on so much prior work that's been completed, I think I mentioned last time, and I'll just pull up my reference sheet here because there are many studies that have been done on this topic. There's been work in 2005, 2009, 2011, 2017, 2019, significant conversation in 2019 into 2020 about different parking options. So we're pulling from a lot of great data that's already captured, and that actually really accelerates what can be done in a given timeline compared to starting from scratch and not having parking utilization data over time. So the hope is that from kind of Q1 into Q2 and maybe along into Q3, we're getting not only good kind of actionable intel on what the recommendation will be and getting some ideas on how much new capacity or other strategies are needed, but we're kind of moving our way by Q3 into having implement kind of actionable deliverables that we can move forward as part of a infrastructure grant application. Part of the reason we wanted to work with the Northern Borders Regional Commission Catalyst Grant is they have a larger program to fund infrastructure improvements where you can receive up to $3 million. That is a significant portion of funding and one that many municipalities around Vermont take advantage of. We view that as a great source of funding for a project like this. And so we would like to take advantage of that. Our application here as a kind of feasibility track project positions us to take advantage of that larger grant when the time comes. But that's kind of the rough timeline. So I think it depends on a few factors, what the total end allocated funding that we receive is, and then how we choose to define our kind of final scope of work and RFP. But the desire would be kind of middle to early Q3 of next year, having some actionable information back.
Other questions? Tim?
I've been reflecting a lot on this, and I think that timing is everything, because realistically, the great work we did with the TIF program, you could argue garnered us some pretty good work in the downtown as far as real estate growth and good things, and obviously this would be a poster child for that. I'm also reflecting on what just happened in Rutland, which is that the town, and it's not a rich town, just passed a $4.1 million bond to construct some infrastructure to entice some development in what they call, I think, the pit or the hole. And if you look at other towns in New England, as you say, like we are competing in a pretty intense environment. And I really, I'm hoping that the messaging for all of us is like move forward with enthusiasm. Where I'm a little discouraged, to be honest with you, is I've been in downtown, I think, for 17 years. And people, I don't know how many people here remember Itasca. It was kind of a cool little Italian place that David had on the corner. It's now Tucker Box, right? And when I came to town, I was hired by a developer to kind of redevelop 5 buildings. And I remember we had a little luncheon, invited a lot of people in, and someone asked me about parking, and I said, I want a parking problem. Bring me a parking problem. So what we're facing, I think, is probably partly my fault.
Thanks, Tim.
But honestly, I really believe that. I really believe like parking. If you have a parking thing, it means economic vitality, right? It means people want to come in downtown and do cool stuff. So I just think that we need to really. I would like to actually accelerate the commitment that says, hey, if you intend to do this type of development at this scale, we'll do this, and kind of get to that point where we say, yeah, we'll go out to the community and say, we'll float a $5 million bond or whatever the number is that matches the development work and makes it work. I just think we need to not get too hung up on, our visions for the future and the community and what it should be, which are great. But I just think I'm very nervous about sending you a message that says, hey, yeah, but we really want electric cars everywhere or whatever. And I'm not being cynical about that, but I'm just saying that I think we need to match that. I think we need to match your willingness to come to the community and invest and make things better with our ability as a municipality to provide the resources to make it happen. So.
Other comments, Miranda?
Yeah, Lori. One, shout out to you for being able to capture that long conversation that we had a couple weeks ago. I know you probably weren't expected to come back to that after joining your daughter's wedding, so apologies, but also thank you. I guess I'm wondering with this study, if we feel like the conclusion of this study will lead to the town having a clear vision on what we want for transportation in our downtown, or like at least a goalpost, because I feel like I personally feel like it's been a little bit of like mixed messaging with like some of the current projects that we have going on. You know, we're putting up like paid parking in our downtown area, and then we're also going to deter people from maybe people who live nearby from coming into town, or from coming into downtown with their cars, and also to encourage people obviously to move their cars within the 2-hour ordinance. But then also we're going to open Gate Street again, and that's like a neighborhood in which people could easily access downtown without their cars. And so like these are like, I feel like things that are like mixed messages as far as like transportation and parking and cars. And so I'm wondering if we feel like this study will give us that clear vision, or it'll be a piece of the puzzle, or like what does that look like as far as like what we're doing for transportation in Hartford?
So I think this hits on kind of those very questions. Those are the kinds of questions that we've got to be answering, because my vision here is, our vision here is to be able to articulate not just what it is to be able to park a car, or to be able to manage that parking in a 2-hour zone versus a 24-hour zone, but we also have to deal with, you know, what do we do in our winter months? You know, that's always a big question, right? So we're not going to be able to answer every single question, but asking the questions are things that I think will line us up. And that's where a strategic plan really comes into play. You start to outline what are those things that you know you need to address. Will we get answers to every one of them? No, but we'll have them outlined, and it may mean, okay, for this cut of where we are today, we need to answer these questions. And we know that these are other things that we need to do. But there's also some things that we can put into play almost immediately. You know, we talked about that. So if somebody wants to limit their use to one car for a two-person family, or 2 adults that are going in different directions, what options can we offer them? Okay, we got to move in that direction. We have examples of that right now. For the last multiple years, we have been reducing the parking requirement down to 1 parking space, and we've been doing that. But that is also tied to units that might just be more efficiency. But if you have families that are moving into your downtown and you do want to do that, and they have people going in different directions, you've got to also answer that question. I mean, I'll tell you, I bought my second car a week before I moved here, because I knew I wasn't going to be able to get from my job to here without spending an hour and a half and 3 connections to do that. You know, my son comes to visit me. Well, 1 train a day from Brooklyn, you know, so there are things that we know we need to improve, but we're obviously those aren't going to change immediately. So that's my answer, is that we ask the questions, we lay out the priorities, we talk about what are those things that are the low hanging fruit, what are those things that are middle, and what are those the long-term things. And we begin to put together a path. Now, we've done some of that in the past, but now it's really, we got to start working it more. We got to work it, and it's not just the ideas, it's got to have the funding resources attached to it. And that's long-term as well. So, because I mean, we can talk up a great game, which we've done for many times, but if we don't have the resources to implement them, it's not going to go anywhere. So that's the charge to all of us. And I talk about staff and also to the select board, that with these ideas have to come the funding streams, you know, so. And I may be overstepping myself, so please just tell me at any time if I do that.
Any other questions for Adam or Lori? We do have online. Okay.
Go ahead, Kim.
Hello, hi Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Yes.
Hey, thank you for this discussion. Just wanted to highlight a couple things. Like, one, as a current and longtime retailer in the downtown, certainly parking is always an issue for my employees as well as my customers. And one thing, so not only as a current retailer, but as a previous board member and liaison to the Planning Commission, the number of of applications that would come before the planning commission that went through so many struggles based on the parking requirements for any new business, like not just new developments, but even a new restaurant or a brew pub or whatever any new application that came before the planning commission, were struggling to try to come up with new parking spaces that didn't exist, that were shared. So it feels like it shouldn't be on the independent businesses to fabricate some sort of parking reality that doesn't exist. But I think it is time for the town to really have some accountability to accommodate, and for sure that it could be this multimodal, or like that it can be holistically conceived in a way that is the most environmentally sound. But I think that the whatever the zoning requirements around parking could be re-examined, and that it is time for the town to really take some responsibility for parking. And also to pick up on Mary's point, as someone who's also a retailer in Hanover, New Hampshire, where the parking garage that does exist is closed during the busiest month of the year in the town of Hanover. Not only is it causing issues for people who are trying to pick up their CVS prescriptions, but for employers who need a place for their employees to park. So anyway, I guess I'm just trying to throw my 2 cents in, and also share that, 20 years ago, Jim Kenyon wrote an article in the Valley News, or one of his op-eds, about how there were parking meters in Hanover and there were not parking meters in White River Junction. And there was a reason for that. And his reasoning was that there was nothing worth going to White River Junction about. So I think Tim's anecdote about bringing forth, like, there is a reason to go to White River Junction now, and now we have to be able to accommodate the people who are coming. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim. Any other comments or questions?
I'd just like to thank Lori and Lexi for coming back to us with this new language. Really appreciate it.
Anybody else online? Anybody want to make a motion?
Or is it the plan of the department to come back on the 28th, or only if there's no motion tonight?
Well, our objective was to be able to get some clear direction.
Okay.
We need to come back
action
to you.
requested.
We do need to come back to you because there are forms that need to be signed. It still has to go to the planning commission, but we need to know what your thoughts are and whether or not there's support for us to go forward with the grant at this time. And then we will come back with the paperwork that needs to be executed in order to submit it.
Okay.
We do this all the time on the grant, so we've got a pretty good handle on it, but there is that action that needs to be done.
Okay.
Is a straw poll beneficial? I mean, do you need that?
As long as you're gonna hold yourself to the straw poll, I'll go with it.
Yeah, it does. The action requested is pretty simple.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that the select board direct staff to develop a grant application reflective of the approaches outlined in this memo for final consideration at the October 30th, 2025 select board meeting.
28.
You know what? I kept doing that, and I apologize. I have been doing,
I thought there is a meeting on the 30th.
There is, but that's a budget session.
No, it's a 28th.
My motion, I will
The
amend it
30th
to
was
the
just in my
October
head.
28th.
Yes, I
Okay.
apologize. for that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Miranda? I think you're faster than Tim. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that's 7-0.
Thank you for
Thank you.
coming and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. I
And thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and execute vibrancy grant documents.
I'm gonna let you go.
Yes, White River Junction is a designated downtown by the Vermont downtown program. And every year since FY 24, I believe, Lori, they have done a vibrancy grant. It's a non-competitive grant, meaning basically if you fill out a work plan for your downtown, you get $25,000. And you have to fulfill that work plan as part of the requirement. There is no town matching funds required. Hartford is technically the I guess, grantee. We received the grant and then we partner with the Hartford Area Chamber of Commerce, who they have the position of the downtown program manager. And he is the liaison and works with the Downtown Business Association for White River Junction to carry out this work plan and do other downtown programming. So the action requested is just to approve and sign the attached letter of attestation that you have a copy of, and there's a copy of here to sign, basically saying we accept the 25,000 and that this will not, that this will just supplement funding that is already going to the downtown area, that it will not fully replace any town funding to the downtown area. It will just supplement it. So that is the ask to sign the letter of the new grant agreement.
Okay. Any comments, questions?
Yeah, if I make just a brief comment, I really encourage, and I was on the chamber at one point as well, and I just would really encourage a level of, it's almost like needs to be a level of reach out to the businesses in downtown to really try and get people engaged in the process. I think there's been some great progress in terms of the streetscape and so on, but I think that there's a lot of people who still need to participate that are, down there working, running businesses, whatever, and try and get their kind of thoughts and opinions on things and kind of get them engaged in that process.
Yeah. No, we could say that one of the main objectives when we started in 24 was actually to start up a real official DBA again in the downtown and provide the assistance in doing that. And one of the other things that was to establish membership. And they went from 0 to what, they're 26
At
now?
least 24, probably more than that.
Yeah.
24 was
in the course of just a little over a year.
Yeah.
Our experience is holding meetings in bars, you get really good outcomes.
We'll change location.
Just a
second. Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? Anybody online? Okay, I'll take motion.
Chair?
Yes, Mike.
I move that the select board approve and sign the attached letter of attestation.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Eric, thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 And the document is over here for signatures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are up to budget overview.
Okey doke. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of the kickoff to budget season. Hopefully, everybody on the board has collected this notebook, which kind of gives you a soup to nuts of the first draft of this year's FY27 budget. I'll just review a few highlights from my memo. The budget process, of course, is the process by which the select board tries to bridge the gap between apparent revenues and desired expenditures into alignment with as little an increase in property tax burden as possible. On the revenue side, I'm reminded that we will not know our unassigned fund from which the town has in the past paid down tax rates. And as of the June 30th end of the fiscal year until November 25th, when the auditors report to the select board. On the expense side, the finance director and I will present a variety of options for cuts to be made to expenditures later in the budget process. There'll be plenty of time to both hear from all of the department heads about their budget proposals and aspirations before we then go to the process of getting the budget into better shape for consideration by the taxpayers in March. Starting, in fact, in 2 weeks on October 28th, we will be focused largely on departmental budget presentations Tonight, I handed out an updated listing of when these presentations will take place, because there's been a bit of horse trading between different departments as to, I can't do that night, can you do this for me? And we'll swap it out. So you'll see changes to the times or the nights for finance, HR, IT, and the town manager. With respect to the overall budget goals of the board, the department heads, for the most part, heeded the request to aim for an increase of no more than 4% and are prepared to discuss rainy day scenarios as may be necessary. The first draft of the FY 27 general fund budget shows a spending increase of about 5.4%. That's about $300,000 more than desired. And there has been discovery of one entry that can be reversed. That is the increase of a police corporal, which should result in about $83,000 in reduction from that draft that you now have. So that takes us to about a $215,000 gap that we'll want to bridge just to get to the 4%. But I do believe there is a substantial amount of relatively low hanging fruit that will be identified through the budget presentations and good questioning by the board, good questioning by the town manager of these department heads. One thing I'll mention is that not everything has been fully accounted for in the budget that you've received. For example, people are being hired to fill vacancies. We had good news in terms of finance that we're not going to use anywhere near as much as has been budgeted for health insurance for the two new hires because they chose different plans than were budgeted for. That's how $25,000, $30,000 can instantly become available for reductions. What we do want to emphasize is that some things in the budget, of course, are baked in, and those are largely wages and benefits because most of what we spend is on people. This year, the existing collective bargaining agreements with DPW, fire, and police provide for a 4% wage increase. We'll also be talking later in executive session about the Clerical Workers Union, who has a new union and has just negotiated a tentative agreement with the town that the select board will be reviewing. Good news on the health insurance front is that our premiums are only slated to go up about 2%, which is shockingly good news. In the past, we've been unfortunately dealing with high single digits and even into the double digits. So that's a lot of relief for this year's cycle. On the downside, the assessor is predicting essentially no increase to the general, the grand list, I should say. So that's not going to be of assistance, simply growth in the grand list as a way to loosen pressure off of property taxes. A few things to be highlighted in terms of the loose ends for the FY 27 budget. Human resources, you'll hear from the HR director that she's gotten to a point where she can no longer serve both as HR director for 115 or 20 full-time and dozens of part-timers, and needs to offload her duties as executive assistant to the town manager. She doesn't have the time to do both functions. And she has showed me some pretty compelling data about what appropriate ratios there are between municipal employees and HR staff. The same HR director has advocated that the town manager be served by a full-time executive assistant to the town manager. But there are people who have suggested in the past that the town might want to support a more robust assistance in the town manager's office, that being that of an assistant town manager or a deputy town manager. I have some data from around the state of Vermont comparing us to similarly sized towns, similar complexity of organizations that you might want to review if you consider that. I don't have a particular opinion about that. I'd like to think that I can do the job of town manager by myself. But again, because others have raised it, I wanted you to be aware that that is a point that you might consider. Chief Cooney's fire department budget proposal includes an increase in weekly hours for the community nurse from 25 to 32 hours. Still no benefits involved, basically in recognition of the fact that she's done good work and it has resulted in an increased demand for her services across the community. This initial draft of the 27 general fund does not contain funds for a transfer to the solid waste enterprise fund for the discontinued curbside recycling program. Of course, if the select board wants to go in a different direction, it could restore funding, just always being mindful that that's not in the budget now, so that would be an additional expense to account for. Libraries and cemeteries. The libraries and cemeteries were to have provided their appropriation requests on October 6th. I'm waiting for one outlier. That's the West Hartford Library. They're meeting tonight, so I should be able to plug in their number. And at the same time, cemeteries have all produced their numbers, and those will be reflected in any next draft of the budgets. Fairview Terrace project, we have to plug in debt service amounts. The question is whether we will actually need that money in FY27 or 28. To some degree, that'll determine how quickly easements can be secured. We are having good conversations with 5 or 6 of the homeowners from whom we would need easements. One has stated strong opposition, but we are hopeful that that position might change as we secure other easements. If not, of course, then litigation, which can be somewhat time consuming, might affect when we can actually break ground on that project. Unbudgeted new positions. There are several department heads who have mentioned that they would like additional positions, but mindful of the select board guidance, they have not been included, with the exception of that corporal, in this budget draft. Rather, department heads have been told that we're talking about basically a maintenance budget for this first draft, but that they should feel free to advocate in their presentations for any additional personnel that they think might be good for their departments and for the town. For example, the town manager feels that hiring a facilities manager would be a wise investment in the maintenance and longevity of town facilities. Thank you, Jesse, for your advocacy tonight. The police chief similarly feels that the department and public safety in general could benefit from the addition of 2 uniformed officers, one of which could be assigned to support the fairly small outreach division. DPW's leadership team believes that the highway division could accomplish much more work now that there is an impressive, energetic new highway foreman under which to work. So they do have thoughts that they might in fact be able to create a third separate team out in the field to attack a town highway maintenance issues. On the enterprise funds, these are funds funded by ratepayers, not taxpayers. The DPW director would like to add 1 full-time wastewater position to split time between Hartford and Queechee wastewater. We heard earlier tonight from both Eric and Brian that they'd like to have the select board consider increasing staffing at the transfer station by a half time equivalent to deal with increased recent usage of the transfer station. And the final issue I wanted to discuss tonight is letting you know what you probably already know, that there are some other tools in the toolbox to bring the tax burden down. For example, the local option tax on meals, rooms, and alcohol sales typically amounts to revenue of about $350,000. Per the town charter, voters must approve specific uses of lot revenue. The Department of Public Works in their highway division budget proposes $55,000 in spending for a sidewalk snowplow with attachment. One could argue that's going to benefit an awful lot of people, and there might be substantial voter approval for that kind of expense, taking it out of the budget and funding it with lot. Another thing that the select board might want to consider is an unfunded spending priority, an unbudgeted spending priority. For example, a police cruiser or a consultant study regarding a future home for the Hartford Police Department. I also wanted to mention the fact that, as you know, last year, the voters approved a local option sales tax. The town has been expecting annual sales tax revenues of approximately $1 million annually, but we don't really have any meaningful quarterly reports from the state as to how we're meeting up with that expectation. The first meaningful quarterly report from Montpelier is expected in November. So that's a budget overview. Happy to take questions, and/or I'll be here throughout budget season with all the presenters and ready to take your questions and tire kicking as appropriate.
Questions for John? Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. That's very helpful. Two quick things. One, capital improvement plan. I think in the version of the schedule you gave us back in July, that was on maybe the November 12th meeting. Is that when we have that still?
We could discuss it on any occasion. I should tell you that the planning department and I have been discussing when we're going to award a contract to a consultant to help us basically integrate all of the various separate departmental capital improvement plans into a holistic document that could be more easily used at budget season, shooting for next year's budget cycle. And we're about to go out with an RFP to get a better response from consultants. In response to our earlier RFP, we had a single consultant, and we have since been approached by at least one other entity with significant municipal experience stating that they would be interested as well. So given that, we'd like to go out with a new RFP to have more options to choose from, and then make a presentation or I should say recommendation to the select board about hiring that consultant. That would engage in a process to involve the select board, but also the broader community to try to get buy-in from people as to what everybody in the community thinks should be in a long-term capital plan that we can then use as a easily updatable in-house roadmap for larger purchases in the future years.
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly look forward to an integrated long-range
Be nice just to have a tool right as we're looking at these budget books to say, how much should we be putting aside every year for this, that, and the other priority within each department, and to help prioritize one department versus another, rather than just having the department heads focus on their own departments. We could have the board overseeing the whole process, of course, as it should be.
Right. I mean, how do we evaluate opportunity costs
Yeah.
is part of the picture, right?
Yeah.
And if we don't see the full picture, we're always seeing a little snapshot.
Yeah.
We never have the opportunity to evaluate opportunity costs. So
There will be one session, I don't have the date in front of me, but there won't be one session on existing debt. Because of course that gets updated every year as projects have debt that matures and new projects come on. Like, for example, we've just finished, I think, with some park and rec vehicles, but only now are taking on this station number 2 firehouse debt. So that's always in flux and
Okay.
updated every year.
All right. So with the understanding that, in the future, we'll hopefully have a better picture to work from in context of CIP, I would still, look forward to CIP related discussion and presentations this season, given the tool sets that we have at hand.
Sure.
In some sort of integrated, a cross-departmental view of things if that's possible. The second area of comment that I would have is around the local option sales tax, not the tax on rooms, meals, and alcohol, but the newer one on general sales. I would hope that the board wants to be in the dark about the balance of that, so that we're using it in the way that we've told the voters, on the ballot last year, that it was basically stated as to be used to buy down the tax rate. If we know about it, we'll have the tendency to sort of plan with that in mind, and that's just it's a challenging thing, right? Like if I know we have $800,000, then I might be prone to being like, maybe a little bit more here or whatever. So if we're really genuine about buying down the tax rate, because if we don't do that, the alternative is in 5 years from now, we're looking for another revenue source, right? So we think we just have to be disciplined about it. And I would say the discipline is blindfold us until that last moment when we're, sort of all the dust is settling on this thing and we're like, oh, look, here's how much we have, we can apply.
And that's why I kind of suggested you could look at the timing of that discussion. It could happen as part of the budget process. You could wait as late as next July when you set tax rates.
That's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought of that. That's exciting.
Just remove from the budget process altogether.
Bingo. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. That's an interesting thought. My thought would be that kind of as that money trickled in, if you will, that there could be some design where it just kind of shows up on tax bills, like it's a more of an accounting ritual, not we have this money showing up, let's spend it, kind of mode. But so what I wanted to talk about a little bit was the idea that department heads come in and they kind of do, which I appreciate, and I've watched a lot of them in other years, kind of, hey, this is kind of our budget and what we need and so on and so forth. I think there's a huge value to them adding a somewhat of a narrative to that. That perhaps can be a little deeper. I was kind of intrigued by this idea of long-term that we would have a template that each department head would use that would say like goals, objectives, outcomes, and kind of vision statements. So that is to say, like, Parks and Rec comes in and says, this is kind of what we did in the community last year. This is kind of what we hope to achieve this year, perhaps program improvements or program cuts or whatever it looks like. And I just think having that kind of extra narrative and kind of guideline and vision really enriches the concept of like, not just, hey, I'm coming in and this is how much money we need to run our department. And I see a big value to that, both for us, obviously, as a select board, but as the community at large, where they say, hey, we have a very well-run department and this is what they're working on. And we embrace that. And I think that would really add a lot to that process.
Any other comments?
It's gonna be busy.
Yeah. It is.
You're well ahead of last year. Last year at this time, we were hearing about an 18% increase.
Yeah.
So you've cut out a lot of steps in the meantime already.
Okay. So commission reports. I'll start with Ashley. You can't remember.
I wasn't ready. No, I don't think I have any reports. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make a couple of my meetings. I started a new job, so it's been a crazy couple of weeks.
Tim?
Nothing to report.
Mike?
Nothing.
Ida?
Nope.
Miranda?
Nope.
Eric?
I'm going to break that trend. Sure. The Hartford Conservation Commission has so many good things going on, but I'm just going to give you a snapshot here. So if anyone knows about chestnut trees, there was a blight that was introduced into this country probably around the early 1900s, and about 50 years later, most of the chestnuts were gone from the country. The American Chestnut Foundation has offered to provide genetically resistant chestnut saplings to the Conservation Commission for planting in the town forest. So it's kind of, they're doing this throughout different locations. And so it's kind of exciting little experiment to participate in and see what we can do with chestnuts in the town forest. They're still sorting out, Conservation Commission is still sorting out, because the species is lost, there's a lot of data lost about, whether it likes moist soils or drier soils or more sunlight or an overstory or what have you. And so they're still sorting that out, but they are thinking in the spring of 26 to engage in some planting in the town forest of chestnuts. On the other one bullet point I'll comment on is Green Up Day. So you may not know, but in addition to town staff and volunteers, the Conservation Commission sort of takes the ball with, or takes the lead with Green Up Day. And so they report that there were 430 volunteers this past Green Up Day using or collecting 83 tires and 5,838 pounds of trash over 92 miles of Hartford roads. It's basically the same number of volunteers as the previous year. Volume of trash was down a little bit, so maybe that's a good thing, but a lot of work there, and we're fortunate to have Green Up Day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have the Bugby Building Committee, the small group, a short-term projects subcommittee consisting of Dana Clausen, Sean Lacey, Mark Bradley, and Linda Simon Miller met before this meeting and divided projects into urgent, less urgent, and can delay. Realized that we have to work under a shorter plan here. And so they presented that group of list, which is, I'm sure, on the website at this point. If you wanted to see them, there's a lot. So anyway, I'm not going to list them here.
This is Bugby?
This is Bugby, yep. And the second subcommittee reporting on the building program was not able to meet in the interim. And what they're going to do is, in their next steps, is a discussion and exploration of future financing options, which will be on the agenda for the next as well as the end goal of this ad hoc committee, restoration versus replacement, a question mark. So the next meeting date is Wednesday, October 22nd at Bugby at 4:30. And then the one after that is Wednesday, November 5th at Bugby at 4:30. So that's the Bugby committee. So next, the consent agenda. I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mike.
I move that we approve payroll ending 10/11/25, approve AP manifest of 10/10/25 and 10/16/25, approve meeting minutes of 9/30/25, future meetings, approve 10/28/25, 10/30/25 budget, 11/6/25 budget, 11/12/25, 11/18/25 budget, and 11/25/25.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Miranda. Any last questions before we vote?
Can I ask a couple of questions about the manifest, and perhaps, or is it more appropriate to just ask Gail or John directly?
You can ask me whatever you want, but I won't know the answer and I'll have to ask Gail. So whatever your pleasure is.
Okay, I will.
Maybe I'm being too modest, but probably not.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll go that route. Thank
And
you.
I'm happy to share the answer with the full board
Yeah,
that's good.
Okay, all right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So 7-0.
Wait, sorry, who made the motion? Who seconded?
Mike did.
Mike and Miranda.
Mike's the
Mike and
motion.
Miranda.
He's the motion.
Yeah, that's how you move things along.
Device always does. It's always been.
Right. Right. Okay, next on the agenda is the executive session. I'll take a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
There's actually some language on your desk,
Oh, you do?
which must be
Why can't you
observed.
just move and Go in.
There you go.
This is crazy. Mike, you want to do it? You're good at it.
You
You have a
wanna-
good voice.
All right, Miranda. Madam Chair, I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place this body and or persons involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1. Further, I move to discuss a potential contract, personnel matters, and legal advice pursuant to 1 VSA section 313 subsections A1A, A1B, A1E, and A1F.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ida seconds. All those in favor say aye.
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 Signatures before we forget,
Yes.
and then we're going to go over Executive
I'm sure
session,
there's a huge crowd of people who have been eagerly awaiting.
10:48.
Nick said Kim's on.
Okay, we are back after a long executive session, and I will just make note of the fact that Mike Hoyt had to leave, so we are with 6 people at this point in time. I will take a motion to come out of an executive session.
Madam Chair, I move that we come out of executive session at
10:48.
At 10:48 PM.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Eric seconds that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 6-0. All right, so I'll take any motions.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move that the select board ratify the collective bargaining agreement with side letter to Michelle Wheatley that has been negotiated between the town and the union and which has been ratified by the union's membership.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ida. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, and the other motion?
Madam Chair, I move to task the town manager with continuing to explore ways to align the Welcome Hartford ordinance with the town's fair and impartial policing policy.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Eric. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 6-0. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved by Eric. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we adjourn at 10:50 PM.
Signatures welcome. Was there a second on that motion to adjourn?
There
was. Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Miranda. Okay.
Good job.
She has a quiet voice.
Yes, Miranda known for being quiet.
Jesse Howard, he is quite voice.